No singing, Carl. Okay, I think we're here. Put your hand up if you're not here.
I'm not.
Oh shit!
Oh, here we go. Oh, time for a nap. No, Stevie B, you can't do that.
Is it time for a nap? All right, I'll see you in a bit then.
I hope I don't fall asleep. No, don't fall asleep, Miro. Yeah, we won't be doing the ancient industrial revolution type stuff tonight because my internet's been a bit screwy the last week. I did read, I did do a modem reset today, ringing up the telecommunication helpline, which happened to be a person with an unusual accent, and I couldn't understand a word he said.
Well, of course.
Um,
Hello, my name is Kevin.
oh,
Yeah, right.
oh, it was a laugh. The missus was on the phone with him first and trying to relay to me what I had to do, and she gave up. Handed the phone to me, and I went, "Well, well, how am I going to do any better if you can't understand me?"
Ah, I know who you was talking to. You was talking to Clarkson's head of security.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah. Oh,
No.
he's a bloody laugh every day. Yeah, you can't understand a bloody word he's saying. He's English, but I don't think he's speaking English.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, when I have to phone my ISP, I do sometimes get people who I'm fairly sure are of East Asian descent, and they all do have quite strong accents.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I can just about handle Halifax.
I thought he was going to say Bedford or Leicester.
No, it's Halifax because it's PlusNet,
Oh,
proper
yeah,
Yorkshire,
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
proper Yorkshire internet. Although it's owned by B. Although I found out on Monday that I must have had a line fault on my line because OpenReach fixed it for me
Yeah. Well, yeah.
because they OpenReach were fixing the line for the guy people across the road, and they were at the top of my pole, and I'd gone out and asked them, if it was likely to cut me off, and they went, no, we won't be touching your line. He went, mind you, if if the fault's what we think it is with your neighbour, you might have it too. In which case, we'll fix it. And I was halfway through a phone call, and it cut off. So I guess I must have had the fault as well because I guess they fixed it.
Well, it's like the other week, my bloody internet kept dropping out and coming back, dropping out and coming back. And I texted BT and they said, yeah, the problem's outside of your property. And he turned up the morning I was going to, the Wednesday morning I was going to see my parents. So fortunately, he turned up and said, well, let me just check indoors and rule that out. He says, yeah, it's absolutely fine. There's a problem. I said, it's down at the interchange, isn't it? It's down at the exchange. He said, well, and he wouldn't really say anything. And as I drove out through the close here, he was one of 3 OpenReach vans. I thought, yep, you've got a problem with the exchange, haven't you? And it's affected at least 3 of us. They never did come back and say what the problem was, but by the time I got home again, everything was fixed and it's been perfect since. But they never tell you what the problem actually was. They just say, oh, it's outside of your property. Yeah, it's a problem in the exchange.
Or at least in the green box at the end of your road.
Quite, yeah, one or two. But like I say, he was one of 3 vans at that given time, all OpenReach. But they are part of BT anyway, so.
Yeah.
I was halfway through my conversation with him on the phone, and I went, "Can you speak a little bit slower and enunciate your words because I can't understand what you are saying?" And after that, I still couldn't work him out. I don't think he spoke faster.
Yeah, is it not logical that if you're going to have people operating, some sort of call center, that at least their English is going to be halfway decent?
Yeah.
Particularly if they're responding to people who are yourselves or us or the Americans. We're all English-speaking countries, so why employ somebody who can barely string 2 words of English together? I don't get that.
I was nearly going to ask him, "What's your native language?" And I would have said, "Well, if I can speak your native language, we might be able to communicate."
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It does make me feel particularly lazy and certainly I had at Amazon. There were so many different nationalities there, And most of them spoke pretty good English. And I couldn't speak their languages at all. But that's the problem we have in the UK. Which language do you learn? Yeah, do I learn to speak French? Ugh, German, which I had. Romanian, Lithuanian.
Parlez-vous français?
Yeah, Spanish.
No,
Chinese.
I don't know any Spanish.
Which language do we learn? Well, of course, most of us don't bother because every bugger speaks English anyway. So,
yeah, and whenever you go anywhere, nobody ever wants to speak to you in their language. All they ever want to do is speak to you in English anyway.
I'm not so sure about the French.
Unless you go to France, of course.
Yeah.
Well, me and Alan were just watching a video last night with something to do over in Japan, and the bloke was speaking perfect English. Like, I thought he would have had a bit of an accent, but he didn't.
Yeah, we had a long weekend in Germany, in Berlin, and tried to speak a bit of German, and they weren't having none of it. They said, "Oh, thanks for making the effort, but we speak perfect English." And we went to the restaurant one night, and the owner came over and said, "Oh, you're English, great. Well, my son started working here, and he's trying to work on his English. Do you mind if he comes and serves you?" We said, "No, not at all. I wouldn't have known he was bloody German." What do you mean trying to learn English? You speak better English than my two stepsons do, for fuck's sake. And it does make me feel very lazy, particularly German, because I always wanted to do German, but at school it was either French or French and German. So, of course, being a boisterous, hot-headed teenager, you said, "Oh, stuff it, I'll just drop the bloody lot then, I didn't want to do French.
Who wants to learn the language of the old enemy?
Exactly. But German, yeah, I mean, and a lot of German. I mean, English is considered a Germanic language anyway, so I have picked up a bit of German, watching Das Boot and listening to Rammstein and things like that. But
yeah,
I know a little German. His name's Fritz.
Ha! I know a little German. He's over there. What was that? Oh, that was in Top Secret, wasn't it? Yeah. The little guy lifts his hat up. Oh.
Don't mention the war.
Well, since we're not doing some stuff, we'll find
some other stuff.
If I find some other stuff, I want the one we were talking about in the ad break. I'm gonna find it now.
Oh, these two poor buggers are still sat there in their spacesuits. They ain't going anywhere.
I'll grab the link for that too. I'll put that aside because we might be able to sneak into that if it's broadcast through the usual channel.
I'm watching it on Space Videos. That's just the first one that came up in my feed.
Not SpaceX or anything like that, or NASA?
No, just I'll put the link in
somewhere. While you're doing
I'll put
that,
it in any other
I'm looking
vids.
for the. I was only on today.
I don't think they're due to start for like another hour because I mean the preparation is painstaking to say the least.
Simon Dan removed what even is Magic Moon Water video.
Now I saw something in his Twitter feed about that. I think people had watched the video, then gone to the guy's original video and started being abusive to him.
Oh.
Something along those lines.
Okay, yeah.
Because I saw it come up in my feed and I thought, I'll get around to watching that, and then it disappeared.
Okay, there's that one we were talking about. So I'll grab that. I think we can skip through that. It's 2 hours 50. We usually dissect it through, so we'll get a bit of an intro of it, and then we'll skip through to the good bits.
Right, here's the Twitter from Simon Dan that he posted yesterday. He says, "I'm always careful when trying to critique certain videos, which are essentially harmless. It is never my intention that I attack the person who is delivering their message when I do so. And as I state in every video description, my opinions are addressing the words and actions of the person in the video and not the person themselves. Today, however, the subject of today's video was attacked in a manner which I find unacceptable. For this reason, I've decided to remove today's video from the channel." So I suspect that people watch Simon Dan's video, and of course he always has the link to the original video that he's critiquing, and I think people went to that and started having a pop at the guy.
Yeah, that's uncalled for, isn't it?
Yes,
I mean,
it is.
you know, maybe putting stuff, critique.
Go and have another go.
Sorry, I just seen what Carl's posted in the side chat as well. Carl can speak English and Afrikaans, although Afrikaans people think he's speaking French. It's all very well, I mean, the problem is with somebody like Simon Dan with such a big number of subscribers, is you might get inundated with lots of people. I mean, at least if people are only going over there and making cogent comments on what has been, on the content of the video. I mean, it's okay, but I mean, some poor bloke maybe with 50 subs gets taken apart by somebody like Simon Dan, and they can get an awful lot of traction on their video, can't they?
Yes, but I think the problem was people went over to the video and started having a go at the guy. I mean, I don't know. Like I say, I never actually got around to watching Simon Dan's video. I'd seen it come up and I thought, oh yeah, I'll watch that later.
Yeah.
Chance because he took it down, but yeah, I don't know. There's no call for that. I mean, I'll go and leave snotty comments on people's videos, but they tend to be people like Brian Leakey, because I've just had a.
Did we watch Where's Wally, Level Earth Observer preaches the gospel of Dell and he's super simple? When was that?
Hello.
Hello.
Morning,
Hello.
Phil.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hello, Phil.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Isn't it the other way round? We're supposed to check to see if we hear you.
Yeah.
Sound check. Sound check.
There you go. Yeah, sound check. Yeah. So yeah. No, I'm just. I came to tell you this. The amount of calls I get, people saying to help them make free energy is unbelievable. Everybody seems to think, I'll go and ask the physicist, see if we can make free energy. And they just so badly want me to say yes. So I just left one behind. There you go. Wants to purify water with no money at all.
Wow.
It would be nice if we could, but ain't gonna happen, is it?
Yeah. No, not enough. Not enough to produce a reasonable supply. That you could turn the tap on and get water from it. Otherwise, everybody would be doing it, wouldn't they?
Yes, of course they would.
Yes.
Actually, there was one little project that I thought might be worthwhile, but it takes a lot of place. And so what happens is over the ocean, as the ocean heats up, as you know this, water evaporates from the ocean. So the idea was to put a sheet of perspex or something like that could that's got a charge to it, so that the water will condense against it more easily, and if it's sloped in a certain way, we can actually drain the water off it. But it would I'm talking about a couple of square miles of it. But again, it's the maintenance of it, the expense of putting something like that together would just be incredible. But there you go. It's an idea.
Yeah. Well, at least that solves the desalination issue for you, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah. It's so in other words, we that's the whole point, to desalinate the seawater. Yep, that's exactly the reason. You obviously there's no wind, so you're not going to get salt in the air. Well, not as much, So it won't be perfect, but it'll probably be. It'll certainly be. I think in the long term, it might. If the plastics are right, then it'll be. It'll certainly be cheaper than the reverse osmosis that they're currently using. And India's in big trouble with water at the moment. So.
I mean, the other thing, over a lake would be potentially a good place to do it. If you've got an area of standing water where the water is not potable.
Yes,
it would.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah, you would. The thing about it is that it comes down to scale. And that is that you spend a lot of money to get very little, if you know what I mean. Yeah, comparatively very little. So you're going to have to rely on the sun to do its work. You can almost forget about that happening in winter then, because you've got to raise the temperature just at the water level below, above a certain amount, so it will evaporate in a reasonable quantities that would make this scalable. That would make it make the scale enough to supply a town or something like that. If because the payoff is that they've got to cover an area of water that's like you said, not potable at the moment. Mind you, that's not a hard thing to find in India. Okay. There's plenty of water. There just isn't plenty of water that you could drink.
Mm.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of lakes. They're just not drinkable. And the cost of reverse osmosis, which is the only useful way to clean them, is just prohibitive.
Yes, it doesn't work on a large scale, does it?
Yeah, filtration's a waste of time because most of the poisons and that is soluble. So plenty of, and then India they use a lot of underground water. In fact, they discharging miles more water than is being replenished from the Himalayas, and it contains a high amount of fluoride. So you see lots of Indians going around with the skeletal fluorosis. Certainly a lot of dental fluorosis around. So you can spot that, so that brown teeth, the dental fluoride, that comes from high fluoride. You want to keep the fluoride, working well. 0.8 milligrams per liter works fine. In India, you can get 2 or 3 milligrams per liter. And no way to remove it easily, not without reverse osmosis. And even then, even when reverse osmosis, when you're working with at efficiencies of only 70 to 80%, you're still going to get a lot of fluorides going through, because fluoride is such a small atom, isn't it?
Mm.
It's only it's only number 9. On the periodic table, so it's pretty small.
Yep.
Take out all the chlorines and iodine and all that, no problems at all. They're very big, but the fluorine's a pretty small atom. That's the problem.
Could you not use photovoltaic solar cells to, or even just use water to use solar power just to evaporate the water and then collect it as if you were doing distillation?
Yeah, I mean that essentially that's the whole idea. The thing about it is, like I said, it's how many square meters of panels do you need to produce X amount of water, and that's because, remember, I think you're getting about 2 volts per cell. That so it might be 2 volts per cell per hour or something like that. It's pretty small.
Yeah, I forget the.
Yeah, I can't
I would
remember how many
expect
watts it is per hour, but
1.6.
Yeah.
It's what it should. It's because basically you're basically just running an LED
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
backwards.
Yeah,
So and the PD across almost all diodes is 1.6
yes,
volts.
yeah, exactly.
So so that's what I would expect
Yeah,
out of it.
yeah, that's what I thought it'd be. So somewhere I thought it was around about 2 volts, but yes, you're right. 1.6 sounds more like the number. So
Yeah, I mean you might get a little bit more out by using fancy doping and
Yeah.
what have you.
yeah, yeah. Again, that'll come down to cost as well. You know, everything's about cost, isn't it? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello. I've got to head off to the shops for a minute, and I'll be back probably about, well, not a minute. I'll probably be about an hour or so. So I'll see you guys later on.
Yeah, we should be still here if the internet
I'm
doesn't
sure
drop
we'll
on
still
me.
be here, Phil.
Yeah.
No worries.
If
Okay.
Terry's internet keeps working, yeah.
All right. Take care. Cheers.
And you.
Later. Who was
hello.
that? Who was that masked man?
We have an astronaut in the airlock. They're getting there. Just one. There's still another one to go yet, but hey, no rush.
And we can stream this one because I don't think it's. Oh, it's got raw written on it on this corner. But it says. Usually I'm alright with the other ones.
Is there a NASA?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Is there a NASA stream of it? Because usually you're okay with a NASA stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Something like NASA or something.
Okay, hang on. Because I'm sure I'm subscribed to NASA.
I've got space videos. I've got.
If you're okay with NASA,
let
me sling it in any other vids.
Yeah,
that's the NASA feed.
Yeah, I'm in there now. Okay, open that up.
Oh, they're just finishing building the suit of the other astronaut.
Okay, we can share that for now. We'll do it because this will take a few minutes, won't it?
Oh, it could. Where are we now? 1:15. This could. I mean, it could be another half hour to an hour before they actually go outside. They really don't. It's not like in the films where you just go in the airlock, press a button, and go right. Okay, we're out.
Yeah. Yeah. One scene that they're walking around, and next minute they're in the suit.
Yeah, I mean, you can see one's already in the airlock. The other one, they're still attaching whatever bit that is to his backpack.
Do we know what they're going to be doing?
Yes, they are going to be updating 2 of the solar arrays. So the panels that actually give the space station power, they're going to be putting new smaller arrays over the top of 2 of the pairs of existing solar arrays.
And have they got an arm to help them, or they just got to do it all by hand?
They were showing a graphic earlier on. I mean, they've got to go all, they're starting pretty much at one end of the station. They've got to go all the way down the main truss to the other end. I don't know where the cargo's been left, because sometimes when they bring cargo up, they'll use the arm to put it in the place where it's going to be needed later on, and it just happily sits there. So I'm not quite sure how near the final place the kit actually is. But it's slotted to be something like a 6.5 hour spacewalk. It's going to take them a while.
I think they might be just getting into it when we nearly finish streaming. We'll get. Oh, look, there we go. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
End of the stream.
Yeah.
Now, putting things like this onto their equipment, fixing it on, if without gravity, is it better without gravity, you reckon?
It's easy to move the stuff around. I mean, I think was it last year or the year before, they had several spacewalks to replace batteries. Now, these batteries had a mass of about 1/4 of a ton. So yeah, you've got two guys who are clipped on and floating around, and then they're just almost casually moving around something that would weigh a quarter of a ton here on Earth. Now, obviously, it's got no weight up there; it weighs nothing at all, but it's still got 250 odd kilos of mass. So you have to be very careful moving it around, and that's why you've got a lot of this. I have the battery. You have the battery. As they're passing it, as they're manoeuvring it between each astronaut, is oh yeah, I've got it. Okay, you've got it. Fine. Okay, you're passing it to me. Okay, I've got the battery, and you have to be very gentle.
And they'd feel the mass, wouldn't they, with their own?
Oh yes, you can feel that there's mass there. It's just that it's got no weight. It's easy to move stuff around, but because it's easy to move, you have to be careful, because if you give it too much of a nudge, then you could find it's either going in the wrong direction at speed, or you've just given it a fair nudge towards your colleague, and he's now got, a considerable mass coming at him, and no means of stopping it.
Yeah, but your mass is a lot less than the mass that you're trying to push, so aren't you almost physically pushing away from it?
Yeah, but the astronauts, when they're working, they tend to be they're tethered to the space station. I think they're clipped on at 2 points. If they can, they'll hook their feet under a guardrail or something as well, because you'll see them doing that inside. Whenever they're filming, you'll see they've got their feet tucked under a rail to stop themselves floating away. Yeah. Well, I think they do something similar outside of the craft as well, because otherwise you just tend to float about a bit.
Yeah, because you've got no leverage, have you? Because you're just free. You're just in free space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You can see his foot going behind a rail there, just under the doorway.
I think it becomes second nature to them after a while.
Yeah.
Because if you don't do that, then you've got no way. You can't push against anything, and you also just start floating off.
Oh, I'm starting to get used to doing that with just myself when I'm working on the car. I'll use my other hand to hold something while my other hand's tighten a spanner or something, because I haven't got the strength as I used to just do it one-handed.
Oh, and as Fred Bailey has just pointed out in the side chat, and thank you for doing that, Fred, on this day in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova completed 48 orbits of Earth on Vostok 6. So not only was she the first woman in space, she is still the only woman to have flown in space solo.
Solo, wow.
Yes. Thank you for pointing that out, Fred. I'm usually on the ball with stuff like that, but I'd missed that.
Well, to fill in time, we can either go straight to the McToons one, or we could play a Lindsay, or okay, that's the spacewalk. I've got the McToon one, Lindsay. I don't want that one, so I'll turn that one off.
You've got umpteen spacewalks.
Yeah, that's all I've got, yeah. I'll turn that one off. Now to see people what I'm doing. I had the wrong one up. Okay. Oh, don't start him yet.
Oh, you're going to kill us, aren't you? You're trying to kill us.
Well, it's that or it's either that or that.
Flat Earth pilot.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure peanuts would love to see Lindsay.
Well, this is gonna take a while to go through, so we can just watch Lindsay almost straight through, and then we can watch the McToon one after.
Fair enough.
Because we haven't watched Lindsay for a few episodes, so then we'll speed him up a bit. Is he 1.25?
Yeah, at least 1.25. 1.25 makes him sound normal.
Welcome to video 3 on the obelisk. And its association with the centre of creation, the centre of the flat earth, and the centre of the zodiac sign.
If I missed an episode.
Now, this is part 3, so there is 2 others. So you might want to go back and start from number 1 first.
Do you want to start from number 1 or just skip straight to number 3?
So we'll carry on. There's a lot of
I think we'll
pictures
catch
here
up.
for you. Now this all started from the, got me thinking, thanks to the full, or the lunar eclipse on the 26th of March, what was going on there, which brought me to the zodiac sign, as to the
March?
placement of the planets and the moon and the sun at the time.
Doesn't he
What?
mean May?
Yeah.
He said 26th of March. I think he meant 26th of
6th
May.
of May, yeah.
Yeah.
But the correlation between the zodiac and the lunar eclipse, okay.
And it led me down this path to trying to understand the zodiac sign on the flat Earth model, because it can't work around like this. If we imagine the ecliptic, the circle, because the sun is going around every day, isn't it, on the flat Earth model? In reality, everything, they all go around together every day. So, you know, this will be nothing. But the sun, over the season, over the full year, goes down.
But who says that the zodiac goes in a circle in the first place, or is that just the way it's drawn? Because he's got it drawn up there as a circle.
I think they always draw the zodiac as a circle, though, Terry.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen it drawn in a squares and everything, you know, or whatever.
You know, equilibrium, equinox goes down 3 months, up 3 months, then up 3 months, and equilibrium down 3 months for the solstice, December solstice, back up to equinox, then slowly up to the northern solstice in July, then June, and as it's doing that, it's turning like this every day. So it's over the year, it's doing the sine wave right around the 360, full 360. But you have to realise, science in their spinning ball model want you to think it's the background stars and everything that are moving and the sun is not moving. But the sun is at the centre of the vortex, in the centre of Earth. Check out my other videos, I've got the whole design of the flat Earth. The sun is there. It turns in this cosmic egg. The centre, the axis, centre of creation, centre of the universe is the centre of the black hole. The sun moves around that. Just like we know Polaris and Sigma Octantis do that slight rotation, because they are the
A
sun.
small black hole.
It's out that way for the south, up that way for Polaris rotation.
Is it not supermassive?
The sun turns. The sun turning this way,
Well, if the sun can't go near a black hole.
so science thinks that the stars are going this way. Now think about it. If it's turning that way, and they think it's stationary, they're going to think the stars are going to go the opposite direction. The sun moves ahead 20 minutes per year. So it's moving around. What's it doing exactly? It's
Think about it, Lindsay.
well,
Well,
it
it's
moves
job to
around
make it up on the
20
clock.
minutes a year, but it does correct itself somewhere along the line. So bear that in mind. It does not do. They all move together.
Possible.
Is he talking about the Earth speeds up and slows down type stuff, or anything like that? Maybe.
I
Or he's
mentioned
trying
the
to
sun.
throw
did.
that in.
I don't know. It's all gobbledygook.
Everything is moving together, but the sun is always a little bit quicker because it's in the middle. It's the centre of
So-
the energy.
So
Everything
even
else.
SC thinks that this guy's off the chart.
Hey.
Even SE Toronto thinks that Lindsay's a little bit off the chart.
He's not Australian, SC either.
He's a Kiwi.
Yeah, that's it. Why, what did SC say? Oh, okay, I must admit this guy's a little bit off the chart.
A bit. Anywhere off the chart, he'll be writing on the bloody wall.
Oh, I lost my cursor.
Must gradually move slower. But from there to the outside, the main vortex stars, because they're spiraling up like this. It's a vortex. So that 20 minutes.
Well, we have to pause it for Blue.
Ah.
I had to pause it for you, Blue.
Hey, good morning, Terry.
Morning. Well, you've only missed out on 4 minutes, so you didn't miss out on much. And we've got the
Yeah, really late
spacewalk.
today, and
We've got the spacewalk coming up, but I don't know what time that'll be.
No, they're still prattling
Yeah,
about in the airlock at the moment.
I can stay about 30 minutes or so, and then
Oh, okay.
I got
Oh,
something
that's
I
only
gotta go
for
do this morning.
that's Lindsay, but then you'll miss out on the McToon pilot debate.
Can't help it.
That's
Got a doctor's appointment.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Well, we'll be going for a few hours, so if you do make it back.
must have the stars moving up in the main vortex, because eventually they do go up and then come back down through the Milky Way, where they get burnt up down through the centre of the sun. It sits in the Milky Way. So that 20 minutes must be that extra little bit, the rotation and the vortex. The stars have actually moved up. But it's a bit deep understanding how everything's working. I've got that. I'll do another video on this, break it down a bit more. But it started here. I thought, well, something has to work in the middle of the system. Not out here. It has to be in here. So check out my other video, 1 and 2 before, and you'll find this is how it works. This is what the obelisk was all about.
What
Thought it was
obelisk?
the
You
obelisk.
should have watched part 1 and 2.
You place the obelisk in the centre
Where
here.
he gets this obelisk from.
And this is what we have. We have a fixed sign. This is how I've drawn it. I've got the corners at the equinoxes and the solstices. But we've got to relate this back to the Khufu pyramid.
Anything written on the board we can work out what he's,
You got the
where
kinks
he's
in the
getting
pyramid
his
here, which
obelisk
makes
from.
an 8-sided pyramid. So they will represent the fixed signs. Or you turn it and put the corners at the fixed signs, because the corners are fixed. And the equinoxes and the solstices, they can fluctuate. So that's the way I should have drawn it, I think. This is what we call a fixed sign. It's in the middle. You've got a fixed sign in the middle of the 3. I've drawn it halfway through the season, the month, because it's so the zodiac signs change basically in the centre, aren't they? So I've drawn it like that. So we have 3 within one face. So 4 faces, 3, 4 to 12. There's your zodiac sign. So they'll drift a bit on these points here, but you'll always have one.
Did Lindsay get something right?
I don't know.
He said 3 4s are 12.
Oh, you got that right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The centre, the fixed one. That's the way it works. So I've drawn how the sun will move. It'll move up. It moves up 3 months. Then you turn onto another face of the obelisk. It'll come down. On the other face of the obelisk, it goes back up. But the centre is the fixed sign. So it works like this. There's fixed. It always stays in there. But here, as it comes in, will be a bit of variance. And up here as it turns. So basically, this represents like the snake and the staff. All those pictures we see in alchemy. It's all back in here. This representing the tree of life. Everything is winding up in the vortex in the centre of the earth. So there's one way of drawing it. There's another way of drawing it. Centre Taurus, Gemini, not fixed, not fixed. 4 sides, the 12 signs. And another way of drawing it was like this, and look what I came up with. Which brings us to the tetrahedron. So you look at the faces on here. It'll go up in the season, then it'll come around the corner and go down in the season. Then it'll go up in the season, come back down in the season. See how I've drawn that? So we could say these corners are fixed. So we could turn that around. But I've drawn it that way. And that's basically the sine wave of Earth, isn't it? Up, down, down. Fixed signs, because as the season spirals up and down the central star, obelisk, the centre vertical sign is not affected. So then we go over here, we've got the 3 up, the 3 down, equinox, 3 up, 3 down. We've already mentioned the obelisk representing the Ben stone at the centre of creation, in the previous videos. Square, look up the meanings of these words. Square centre means. Then tetragoniko in Greek. Tetrahedron, triangular, pyramid, all from square centre. Look, a square centre. Tetragrammation or tetragram is a four-letter word. Four letters here, 4 sides. Yahweh, the name of the national god of Israel.
Oh, the top.
Isis,
Oh, that's the top of the obelisk, so to speak.
Centre in Greek means prod or poker. We spoke about the pyramids representing a pointer, basically an antenna associated with the human brain, the pineal gland. What happens there? Check out the last video. Photos on my phone, I'll show you in a second. Pluto's dialogues. The meeting was held in the tetrahedron. This is all represented in the centre here. It's the tetrahedron. The centre of creation, the tree of life is all in here. What have we got here? You look up square face in Hebrew meaning. And I get this Hebrew punctuation. A Hebrew period in a traditional serif face usually looks like a tiny tilted square. You know, I'm playing around with tilting the square here and it comes up with this. But in brackets got a diamond. So then you come down to this diamond shape.
Sorry,
This
Zeppelin.
is also true for the dot part of the whatever. The tetrahedron, a record of God and creation. Dr. Jack L. Burton. King. Facet 1. King. The Gospel of Matthew reveals Christ Jesus as the fulfillment of the Old Testament scripture concerning. Blah, blah, blah. Got here. The tetragrammation, or tetragram from Greek, meaning consisting of 4 letters, is the 4-letter Hebrew word, which I've got written here. What did the tetrahedron and the cube represent? The 5 Platonic solids were thought to represent the 5 basic elements: earth, air, fire and water. So it's related to the Platonic solids. These are your fixed signs. We've got fire, earth, air and water. And that's all connected to the 5 layers, the five planets in the firmament.
So what's the
gaseous
5th
layers,
element?
and you've got that de Jure pyramid, the 5 steps or 6 steps. It all represents the same sort of thing. The cube is associated with the earth and connecting energy to nature. The tetrahedron is associated with fire and perpetuates balance and stability. That's all I had on there. And there's the, in case you missed the last video, there's the picture. I went looking for it because I knew this was happening, and look what I found in my studies. See the snake, the winding, and written on the windings.
He
It's
thinks we
basically how
can
it's
see that.
represented. The obelisk,
Yeah.
the zodiac sign, as it spirals up, we see up the face, the seasons. 3 on this face, 3 on the next face, 3 on the next face.
That's what I said it for, Vrimfondel.
And this is the Egyptians have built this. Let me just see that. It's the way the seasons go. The sun up, apogee, swings down, right down to December solstice, perigee. All there. These are actually, check these angles, you'll find they're 23.45 degrees. There's the, if you want to look up the, and it's all associated with the 4 rivers. If you hear about the 4 rivers, it all boils back to religion. All this ancient knowledge is all hidden from us, but you can go deep into the internet and you'll find it all. The duality is the spiritual and the physical. In the previous video I talked about the dual system of man becoming singular. And this is because
I was waiting for the peanuts to start quoting out of the 5th element. No name proved me right.
we're 2 part. We're twins. We have a spiritual side and a physical side. Down here on earth there's a physical side. Up here is the spiritual side. You have to bring them together to create singularity. That's associated with the previous video I just did on this. So that's basically it.
Oh,
So
already.
we have the 3 up in the season, then it comes 3 down, equinox, and then we go 3 down, right down to the solstice, December, and then back up again. That's how it works. You can't debunk any of this stuff. Everything links itself to something else in association with the flat earth model. Nothing on a spinning ball makes sense with anything else. It just doesn't correlate. It's all manufactured through science and equations. All hoo-ha. Now, this took me into some other information. The equinoxes, the variants and dates, and the time moving through the constellations. Was it once in Taurus and Aries? They say this took me right back into the internet, and you find all this ancient knowledge NASA has, and what they've taken from the tablets, the ancient tablets, deciphered it, and this paper I downloaded has got everything. It's got all the celestial bodies. It relates to the celestial navigation. You've got the sphere, the arc, the southern arc, the northern arc, and we're inside this arc. They're symmetrical, and there's all these celestial bodies up here with GP points on the Earth. How they got there, I don't know, but they've been there for hundreds, maybe thousands of years since time was created. When you go back and read all the ancient books like Plato and stuff, he knows it all. People have just misunderstood it and haven't even read it properly. It's been in varsities for years and years, and they just interpret it all wrong. All the information is in there, and this stuff just goes way back, thousands of years. So you've got the ground points of all these celestial bodies. There's your grid for celestial navigation, and what all these stars called satellites. All these known stars that have the GP points on the ground were called satellites. NASA's taken this because there's a grid system. When you've got all those plastered on the flat plane of Earth, you've got a grid, haven't you? Quite easy to fill in the grid with another a zone that you might be in, triangulated or whatever, just like we do on land with the cell towers. And they've taken it and created this GPS system and made it all secret that the military controls. But they don't come out and tell you the truth. Why don't they tell you the truth? Because it's the evil that runs the system. They take all the money that you pay in your tax dollars, they create stuff, keep it for themselves and all their buddies, create massive industries so they're all billionaires, Zionists, billionaires, all those guys at the top, Bozo, Facebook, all those guys. And then or they'll sell it back to you for megabucks. So you're always paying. You pay for them to develop the stuff, and then you're paying for it to take it back, just like the medicine. They create a pandemic, and then you have to pay. Your government gives them all this money, because they're all in on it. All the governments are in on it. They'll give them all this money to pay for the vaccines, because they're all club members. We're just dumb sheep. We're not supposed to know anything. But I'll do a video on this paper I've downloaded all about the celestial navigation and the moving of the equinox. So what I've done is I can only find this 20-minute alteration each year. So I'll do a video on that explaining everything and all the movements, celestial movements. So think about this. If that sun's moving that little bit, and the whole system's moving the same way, but the sun is moving slightly quicker, it's going to make this appear this is going this way if they want the sun to be stationary. But it does not work like that. The sun moves. The whole system moves, and it's all projected. There's all the scent of creation, we do not see it. It's all a projection. It's like your brain, your mind. We imagine things, we can dream things. They seem real. You can lie in bed there, you think you're at the toilet. You go to the toilet, you realise you're peeing in bed. It's just like that. It's just so real. It comes from nothing. It's manufactured our whole realm. All in there. And it's all an amplification. We cannot get to a star, sun, moon. No. They will always move further away as you try to attempt to get closer. It's always that 5k away. It's always your arc of horizon. Rise up, you'll see further. That doesn't just mean climb up a mountain, you'll see further. It's written in religious texts. It talks about it. It says rise up, your arc will it gets bigger. Your horizon grows, so it sees further away. So only see the sun and the moon set in your horizon. It's not thousands and thousands of miles away. It's just the way it works. The sun is in many places, but only seen in one. It's not an object. Nothing up there is an object. NASA will have the next generation believing they created the universe. If the stupid generation now keeps believing them. We'll leave it at that. gone way into the conspiracy side of things. Yeah, thanks for listening.
Oh, it's only 21 minutes. You cut it short.
Wow.
There is a question I'd like to ask.
What? One question?
Well, of many. How do the cell towers actually do the triangulation? Because the aerials on cell towers are omnidirectional. Well, at least relatively speaking. And the aerials in our cell phones are omnidirectional. So how does the cell tower figure out where you are in relation to the cell tower? I mean, you know, yeah, given three cell towers that are all omnidirectional with an omnidirectional receiver, omnidirectional transceiver, yeah, I can get my location if I can get the cell tower to give me a response that is correctly timed to a signal arriving at the cell tower. But yeah, how do they how do these flat earthers think that the triangulation works? And how many towers do they need to have to get an accurate triangulation?
They haven't gone for their spacewalk already, have they? Where'd they go?
No, I think they're still in the airlock.
Ah.
Somebody in the side chat of this NASA feed said, "Why aren't they wearing their masks?" Yeah, because they haven't got COVID. I mean, you don't get better isolation than being 240 miles up in a sealed tin can, do you?
Well, they are in lockdown, so.
Yeah, literally. Don't open the door.
No, can't open the door. Oh,
Nope, lost signal.
we lost a signal. Oh, we'll come back to that in a little while. They're literally in a bubble. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish Ozzie could tell us the answer to my triangulation question.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
I have no plans on suffocating, thank you.
Yeah, Death, that's a good question, that. How do push-up bras work in space?
I think that's the least of their worries.
No name. Put it away, space pubes.
Well, it's either butts or boobs the peanuts will go to.
Yeah.
Well, true.
No name.
There's always one, and that one
terrible.
is usually no name. Yeah.
How can I drag him in here and slap him? Oh, is that why they don't hide over in Discord in the side chat? In the voice. Oh, somebody put... Oh, did you put that over there? Okay, I just checked that. I can get rid of Lindsay. Don't need him anymore. There must be other stuff out there because after we do, it will be about another hour. No. What? For the spacewalk? Okay then. That's your guess.
It's a shame we can't.
Is that a guesstimate? Zebulon said, "Great. Now I can't stop thinking about space."
It is a shame we can't have Blue to talk us through the first half of or the first bit of MC Toon's conversation with the Flat Earth pilot.
How do you mean?
Well, the second half when he's talking to Wolfie, you don't really need a pilot to help us. He's there. Subject area expert on hand would be good while watching video. Just to tell us all the crap he gets wrong.
Well, we haven't got much time for Blue because Blue's got an important appointment.
I know, that's what I was just trying to say, but sorry, my wording is not good this morning.
Oh, we'll be able to get through a little bit of it anyway.
Let's do it.
And not like some of yous, I haven't seen this at all. So
I only caught the tail end of it this morning when I woke up.
Yeah, I fell asleep at the start of it, unfortunately.
Here we go. He goes by Knowledge. How are you, Knowledge?
Hello, people.
Got a play in there. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Well, my people do call me Knowledge because when it comes to learning, there's no ledge. But my real name is Quincy Carr. And to tell you the truth, Mike, I've been an activist for a long time. Like, I've been involved, like, in politics.
what pilot wears his pilot clothes on camera or off when he's off duty?
Like, for a while, I was a part of Occupy Wall Street. And so, I've been awake. I've always been like, since 2006, 2007, after my accident. You probably don't know, but I'm probably one of the only people that fly, and I'm actually paralyzed. So I fly with hand controls, and I got about.
What? So how do you do rudder?
I
What did he say?
Got a bar that sits in my lap,
paralyzed.
And so the bar goes left to right, and so then I control the pedals like this.
So does he have to have a plane specifically modified for him to use?
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of pilots with disabilities that fly with hand controls and stuff.
Yeah, but that means he's only stuck to that means he's only stuck to flying one plane.
Well, yeah, he's going to have to fly a plane that's had the hand. I think mostly it's going to be rudder and brake is the issue.
Oh yeah, there was one airplane. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Funny looking little thing. That was made for a pilot that only had one leg. It's a strange contraption, and I wish I could remember the name of it. I've only seen one of them. I'm not sure how you're going to get a medical if you're paralyzed.
somebody actually posted a news article that there's a guy there's a guy on the West Coast who was working towards getting his instructor rating and everything, and he had an accident, was paralyzed, and he also flies in a with hand controls, and one of the local charities in the area has raised the money to help get him through his flight instructor rating, at least for single engine. I believe it's not that impossible to get the medical as long as you're flying it with the adapted aircraft, in much the same way as I would have to have an adapted car if I wanted to be able to, if I was otherwise fit to drive again, because I can't rely on my legs and would have to have hand controls for throttle and brake.
Okay.
So in 2016, Captain Sully gave me an award to be
is he the one that, landed in the river there?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Captain Sully gave me an award to be a flight instructor. So I went to school, and I've been doing it now for about 4 years now. I used to fly for the news. I used to fly aerial Titan signs, and now I'm a flight instructor, sir.
So a friend of mine did, because people were wondering, a friend of mine who's a pilot did verify with the FAA that you are, because people are wondering, you are single engine certified instrument and
yes.
Certified. Is there a certification for a instructor, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So, well, it is an unusual thing for a pilot to think that the Earth is flat. So, do you would you like to just go over a little bit what your thoughts are on that?
Okay. When again, I've been awake for a long time, right? You know, you go down and you find out all about these, you know, the truths and the new world order and the elite, and then someone says to you flat Earth, and you're like, no. When someone told me about the Earth being flat, I said, no, I'm a pilot. I know the Earth isn't flat, right? Someone said, they told me have I seen the curve, right? I said, yeah, I've seen the curve. Mike, the next day I went flying and looked for the curve and didn't see it. So, in me becoming an instructor, I revamped everything that I thought I learned about flying and relearned it from day one of ground school, day one of flight training. Your son will tell you, day one, right? The day one of flight is you must keep the wings level. Okay. Now, when
he hasn't actually mentioned whether or not he was a flat earther before he was a pilot, or it wasn't brought to his attention because a lot of us just take it for granted about where we live and all that, you know, stuff like that. And somebody's heard that he was a pilot and then mentioned about flat Earth, and then he's gone, oh, I better look into this. Never thought about it before.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Something is level, Mike, the word level means flat. Your assignment is to keep the wings level. If something is level, it's even, it's flat. You keep the wings level with the horizon. Now, if something is horizontal, again, it's flat.
I thought we already
So-
worked out that what Blue did on his video, where the angle of attack of a wing is, it's got a set amount of degrees to keep the plane level. So your wings aren't level then, are they?
I think he's talking about level in roll, right, in the roll axis, i.e. the one that runs from the nose to the tail, rather than the pitch axis,
wings.
which runs along the length of the wings.
Okay.
Did they want flying? It's all about trying to keep things level and straight, and you're flying a line with the horizon. Never are you flying a straight line over a ball.
So a quick question: Is this flat?
I mean, is this flat?
Yeah, it's a
Ruler?
Is it flat?
Well, it's flat, but you're holding it at an angle.
Yeah, is it level?
No.
Okay, so flat and level are not the same thing.
Is it flat?
Well, this guy's too smart for me.
You're trying to.
I'll just have to give up that at this point. This guy's got me beat.
Yeah, got you beat.
He's got me. So I wish him well. I think if you take those cheesy epaulets off that damn shirt, he'd look a little bit better. Looks like a fucking idiot is what he looks like. Yeah. Cessna pilots don't walk around wearing epaulets, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I think they just wear normal clothes, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, generally it's a t-shirt and blue jeans. That's the preferred uniform for Cessna pilots.
Blue. I just looked it up. Over here we have a charity organisation called Airability, and as well as doing trips for disabled people, they also do help disabled people fly and solo where possible. So
yeah, just it's just very unusual. I know it's. I mean, I know it's been done, but so that's not normal. I'm surprised the FAA would issue a CFI rating. That means he's got to be able to control the airplane from the right seat.
Fly though, you're trying to be flat. Like that right there is not the way that a plane flies. A plane doesn't fly like that.
So what would you say to a person if their wings were like this and you didn't want them like this? You would say fly it.
I would say
it's still flat. Yeah, it's still flat, but you need to be level. Right. Yeah.
Right. But now if you're level with the horizontal, with the horizon is still flat. So I would say turn my wings to get level, and therefore I'm still
He
horizontal.
just happens to have a styrofoam plastic plane handy.
Yeah, of course.
Oh God. All right, I got to run, guys.
Okay, Blue.
You later.
If we're still here when you get back, you can drop back in.
And I'm still flat.
Okay. So when you looked to see if the horizon was curved,
yes.
So you came into that with a hypothesis. The hypothesis being something like, well, if the Earth is spherical, then there should be a certain amount of curve, and it's relative to my elevation and.
Because
right.
I just told some guy the other day, nah, bro, it's a ball. You're an idiot.
So all right, but for the hypothesis, right?
Okay.
Did you then now? So being a pilot, you have a good deal of geometry that you need to be able to handle. That maybe people that don't do piloty things aren't going to handle as much, right?
Right, sir.
So I do for my work. I do a good amount of math, not a ton, but more recently I've gotten back into more of the math and more of the geometry that I learned when I was in university. I studied electrical engineering and computer science, so tons and tons of math there. But writing business software, which is what I do professionally, I don't do as much math. So a lot of people don't do math day to day, and so they would have trouble with geometry. If I said, "Can you solve a triangle?" a lot of people would not know what to do, right?
The way that I explain flat Earth, it's so easy because I'm an instructor, so I try to make students learn it in a way so that it makes sense, because not everybody can do all the math, but maybe if we just use our science and use what we can observe, we can see for ourselves that there's no way the world could be a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour as opposed to a flat plane.
Okay. So back to the hypothesis, right? So
Okay.
So from a plane, and you're in a single engine plane, so you're at 5,000 feet. All right. So at 5,000 feet, hypothesis, at 5,000 feet, I should be able to see X curve in the horizon, and you do the math for that, and then you would somehow measure to see if you could identify that much curve. Did you do that? How much curve should you see at 5,000 feet? How many degrees of arc should you see?
Well, again, the fact that I didn't see a curve and it looked flat to me, I said, okay, what I'm seeing is it looks flat. Like I'm looking at it being flat, and the fact is that inside of the airplane, right, there's an instrument called an artificial horizon, right?
Yep.
In every single airplane, it's always flat. So this one instrument is flat irregardless of how high you are. That's why they say the horizon is always rising, because it always rises to your eye level.
I have certainly heard that claim. All right, so back to the hypothesis.
Okay.
At 5,000 feet elevation, how much left to right curve should you see?
I should see some.
How much?
And, well, people say that they've seen a curve from a beach. So I'm like, well, if did they see a curve from a beach, I should see some curve from 5,000 feet. Some curve. I see no curve.
Okay, so it sounds like you didn't actually do a hypothesis and calculate the ramifications of that hypothesis.
I looked at what I could see, and I didn't see a curve, and I kept trying to look for it, and then I asked other pilots, have they seen a curve? They all say, yeah, bro, I've seen a curve, but they haven't.
Okay, so, the problem I'm seeing with that particular experiment is that you don't actually know how much curve you should be able to see because you didn't calculate how much, right? So to do that, you would get your distance to the horizon, and then you would find out what percentage of the circle, and you'd find out how much of the arc, right? There'd be some geometry to that.
Supposedly the Earth curves at what? Was it 8 inches per square mile, right?
No.
So at 8 inches per square.
That's
isn't that the Earth supposedly?
That's what flat earthers say. It's completely wrong.
Okay.
That started with Samuel Rowbotham in the 1800s, and it's not true. So
here's the problem that I have is that if we talk about the math on the curve, and we don't talk about where's the curve, like just show me the curve, like irregardless of where it is, irregardless of how high it is, where is it?
Yeah.
You know,
well,
10,000 feet, 20,000 feet.
Well,
every single picture that I've seen, it's flat. They got balloon footage to 100 and 220,000
Oh, was
feet.
I muted?
It's flat.
Must have been.
So where's this curve, whether it be at 5,000 feet or 10,000 feet, where is it? I haven't
Thanks,
seen
Scott.
all right. So I think there's a little flaw in how you constructed your hypothesis there, because you didn't actually construct. So
from listening to him so far, not knowing any math or geometry that he's mentioned at all yet, he's only just spoken in a normal, typical flat earther type style, so that raises red flags to me for a start.
at 5,000 feet, the amount of curve that you would see is very small, and I don't think that the human eye can necessarily measure that small amount of curve. Right?
So when would I see the curve? And why
when
don't
could
I
yeah? So
see the curve?
at what elevation could a human eye see curve for sure? Somewhere.
Pilots tell me all the time they've seen it.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, and so I tell them to show me pictures, and they don't have any.
Yeah.
So then I try to go to Google and find, pictures of this curve. I don't seem to see it.
All right. So if you did see the curve of the horizon, you would change your mind?
Of course. Science is observation. If I can't observe it, I can't even test it. I gotta observe it first.
Okay.
So I went up and looked and said, oh wow, it's flat. Wow. Okay. Well, that's what I can see.
All right. So I'm going to show you. There's a flat earther named Dwayne Kellum, and I'm going to show here a little bit of analysis of a video that he did. Are you seeing what I'm sending there?
Okay.
Okay, so this is on my website, mc2.net/Dwayne Kellum. I'll zoom in a little bit here. So he has a balloon called High Altitude Balloon 24 I See Stars. And in that video, he sent up a Sony camera, which is actually the same camera, same type of camera that I'm using. It's an A7S II, which is a better camera than I have. And the lens is a Sony FE 50mm 1.8 aperture lens. All right, so that particular lens is not a fisheye lens. It has very, very small introduced distortion. And there's a website, there's a lot of websites that rate lenses and analyze the amount of distortion that they add. And this one in particular, thedigitalpicture.com reviewed it and shows this grid here. Do you see this grid? This grid shows the amount of introduced curve or distortion that the lens adds. Now, it doesn't add any visible distortion. So this lens is a non-fisheye lens, and it's called a rectilinear lens because it doesn't add significant distortion. So anything you see in it that's straight is going to be straight in reality, and anything you see in it that's curved is curved in reality. Okay, and you can examine this yourself. You can look at the analysis of the lens yourself too on my website. So here is from that video a still from that video. And it's at 117,000 feet. And I'll zoom in on it here. And what I did is I drew a line across it here. And on the left side, zoom it way in so we can see. On the left side, I put the top of this yellow line just next to the horizon. You see that?
Right.
On the right side, I put the top of the line right next to the horizon. Right next to
Okay.
It has an inset of a GoPro lens there.
Okay.
And then in the middle, you can see the horizon is curved up from that yellow line.
I mean, I'm saying, where's the curve still? To me, it's still
Right here.
looks flat.
That's actually curved. So right here, the top of the yellow line is right next to the horizon.
But
On the right side, hold on. On the right side, the top of the yellow line is right next to the horizon. And in the middle, the horizon has curved up from that yellow line. And then, now you said just a minute ago, if you saw the curve, that you'd believe it. So now here is that very same picture. And what I've done is I have just done a left to right compression, and you can see very clearly the curve there. And when you do a horizontal compression, it doesn't introduce curve. Straight things remain straight, and curved things remain curved, but they're easier to see.
That's not what I see every day. Every day when I'm doing
okay, now hold on a second. This is not 5,000 feet. This is 117,000 feet, much higher than you ever have been in your single engine plane. Much higher than many people have been in any plane ever, right? This is a flat earther too that did it. You can download the entire raw video and you can look at every frame you want on your own.
Okay. So I would want to address the fact that the maps that we use to fly with are all flat.
The maps. All right. So hold on a second. That's a different topic. Do you want to admit that there's curve and move to a different topic?
No, I don't want, because this is not what I see every day. Of course, every day.
Because you're only at 5,000 feet. You're not at 117,000 feet.
But they've got balloon footage.
This is footage from a balloon
that shows it flat at 120,000 feet.
Yeah.
There's
maybe, just maybe, that particular video you were looking at was fisheye, and you looked at a still from a particular or a part of the video where it was curved from the lens. But this video, this particular one, this is a rectilinear lens, and I showed you we have the exact details of the lens here. Now remember, I asked if I showed you curve, you would believe it, and now here you are.
But that's not a curve. That's not a curve. I mean,
how's that not a curve?
How do you curve water?
Well, I'm sorry. How is this not a curve?
But I'm saying, how would you curve water?
That's a different topic. That's a different topic.
No, because if the Earth's a ball, you must be able to curve water.
Absolutely. And so this shows that water does indeed curve.
That's why they call water sea level. And then whenever you're like flying, it's called a flight level.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Level, but level doesn't mean flat. We already established that. And when we're talking about when we're talking about the shape of the Earth, the definition for the adjective for level, referring to the shape of the Earth, would be the one that you want to refer to. For example, from the late 1700s, leveling is the art of ascertaining the perpendicular ascent or descent of one place above or below a horizontal line of another for various intentions, and of making out courses for conveyance of water. The true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the Earth as ABG. Now, this is from a surveying manual from the late 1700s. So level, since at least the late 1700s, when referring to the shape of the Earth, means curved. So when you say level means flat, you do not have any evidence to support that in the dictionary definition, because when we look at the dictionary definition for level pertaining to the shape of the Earth, it means curved. Now, this isn't one. I have about 45 definitions here on this website.
When I try to teach them to like land and I say look out.
He keeps
and
he
keep the
keeps what do you calling it when you
level.
go off
They
on a
know
different
what
tangent?
that means. Inside your body
Yeah.
body is the vestibular system, which tells you if you're pitching or banking or rolling. Like our bodies were just designed to be.
Yes. Yeah. We
on a
can
flat.
we can determine
World.
the downward vector.
You know, I mean,
that's it. So that doesn't have anything to do with level. Downward vector, if the Earth is a sphere, downward vector would be
Dora.
towards the center. And if the Earth is flat, then downward
why
vector
does
would be
nobody
straight
feel
down.
The world spinning. No one feels the world spinning because
What part of your
not.
hold on? What part of your anatomy feels constant velocity?
Hey, Peanut, should we fine Dora for forgetting? What should be her punishment or fine?
Again, you don't feel constant, but you only feel acceleration.
Oh, all right. And how much for your hypothesis? How much acceleration should we feel? How much acceleration should we feel at the equator?
Well, again, someone tell me because they're saying it's accelerating.
I can tell you.
I'm saying it's not.
I could tell you how much acceleration we expect to
Space
see at
door
the
is
equator,
opening,
but
Stevie
you
B
seem
saying.
to have already determined your answer without having done the actual analysis.
We have an
Man, listen, the sun.
I don't know what sound there is. Is there any sound?
Copy. You can get that Backrelog bag on your VRT, and when you're ready, give Shane a go for egress.
Miro say play Lindsay again. We're all suffered through, so she can. Dora, you got to watch Lindsay.
Yeah, on your own though. We're not watching it again.
Yeah, that's it. You're on your own.
Right, so that's the first one. We've still got another astronaut to come out yet.
Okay. I'll watch. I was hoping to get the one where he actually comes out. We missed that. Who's got it on their second screen so we can go back to the McToon and
Yeah,
see?
I have.
Okay.
And the moon are 28 miles away. Okay, the sun and the moon.
28 miles away.
28 miles away, Mike. Okay.
What was that? I missed that bit.
Right now.
The sun's only 28 mile away.
How do you know this? Because of shadows. Okay. Shadows only come from close light sources. Okay.
So he's a pilot. He flies at what 5,000 feet? I don't know what that is in miles. So he doesn't run into the sun. He'd get a bit hot, wouldn't he, if it gets too close? I don't know I can't convert feet and inches to. Unless it's in kilometres.
5,000 feet is just under a mile.
Oh, is that all? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just over 1,500
your
meters,
audio.
kilometre and a half.
Your audio stopped.
Helps if I remember to unmute properly, doesn't it?
Your audio cut out.
Don't unmute, Alan. I think you got your mouth full of your lunch.
No, I finished eating my lunch.
Okay.
Oh, the other astronaut's coming out.
Oh.
Quick, go over and you'll see his feet. Here he comes.
Geez, that hatch sort of went down and sprung itself back open again. I wonder how.
Well, that's not the actual airlock hatch. That's just a protective. That's held down with Velcro.
What's that bright thing in the top right corner?
That's this little thing that we call Earth.
Okay.
Oh.
She said she needs a spanking. Well, I don't know where Dora is, so I can't.
The Netherlands.
What do you think this is? Bloody Monty Python? Yeah, I mean, you're right. She does need a good spanking.
That's a long way to go.
That'd be a good spanking, though.
Copy. Now that you're both egress, you can turn on your HECAs, and we're ready to copy your
right shoulder.
buddy check when you are.
Rotate your right shoulder, Shane. What's that? To your right shoulder. Rotate. There you go. Good. Thanks. Okay, Jenny, can you say that again?
Okay, I copy. You can turn on your HECAs when you're ready, and then I'll copy buddy checks when you're ready.
Dora. In space, no one can hear you, Flirt.
Let me get this thing untangled here. Come on.
Depends whether you got the microphone turned on.
Throughout my checklist.
You mean fluff or fluff? Yeah, they need protection for that, because you wouldn't want to let off a big one, would you? You'd shoot yourself across to the other side of the space station.
It's around my safety tether too. Yeah. And release from your left arm.
Once Kimbrough is outside to join Pesquet, we should be seeing our first
we got
view
Gary
from helmet
Wybinger.
cameras.
Have a great flat Earth
Each
day.
Crew member has
It
two
can't be flat
types
Earth
of helmet cameras,
day every
the
day,
conventional
Gary.
ones that you are accustomed to seeing with Pesquet's number on his helmet camera of 20 in the lower right-hand corner once they're activated. Kimbrough's helmet camera number will be 22. They also will be turning on high-definition cameras that are mounted on their spacesuits for even better views of some of the work that they'll be doing once they reach the P6 truss on the far left section of the backbone of the International Space Station. Shane Kimbrough now on the right in the unmarked suit. Extravehicular crew member number 2 has joined Pesquet outside. They will make sure that they have all of their tools and tethers configured properly.
They got filters,
before
Dora.
they begin to make their way out to the P6 truss.
Okay. I think now we're good. Sweet. Yeah, nice work. Okay. So, you ready for buddy checks? Ready? On you, I see 2 green LEDs. And going down, I see 3 tabs up and a little bit to your left shoulder. Yeah, 3 tabs up for a BRT. 2 handles down, and I see the waist tether is going from your right steering extender locked black on black to the held up waist tether locked black on black, both the big hook and the small hook. Looks like a good big. Okay. And you got the IDA bag on your main workstation right there. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, I see 2 green lights on you. Lights are on, visor down. The workstation tabs, 1 and 2 are up. The RT tab is up.
The only thing that you've got for reference that they're actually moving is the Earth underneath,
Just out your left side
where
there.
you can see the cloud.
It all looks clear. Your product bag looks good behind you. Make sure you're in a good config.
Otherwise, you wouldn't know
You can
that.
see that the Earth.
Yeah.
You can see that the Earth is moving. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make my way to P1.
Yeah, but they're moving
Copy,
faster,
do
aren't
buddy
they?
checks. I'll just take a baseline half
Yeah.
check from you, and
Yeah,
then we can get to translating to
They're doing approximately 17,000 miles an hour.
Right, and the hat is dry for V1. Dry hat, BD2.
Copy dry haps. With that, Thomas, you're right. You can translate to P1. We're looking for Bay 12 of a mile marker for you when you're ready.
Amazing
And
how they
Shane
can
will
make
be attaching
underwater
the
look
cable
like
bag
space.
bundle to the APFR, the airlock with 12.
Yeah, how they can get rid of all the bubbles. They can totally
Shane
change
Kimbrough reporting a good configuration of all the tools and
SE,
tethers.
I
the
actually
HAP
went through
reference
some videos
made,
of
by them
underwater
and, spacewalk
footage
communicator
where it was
Jenny
in crystal
Seide
clear
here in Mission
water.
Control is the acronym
You
for
couldn't
helmet
get it in any
absorption
clearer,
pad.
and it still looked like
That
it
is
was
the
underwater.
device in the spacewalkers' helmets to do exactly what it's implied, and that is absorb any
The movements aren't
perspiration
the same.
or other condensation that may build
all that
up
sort of stuff.
inside their helmets
Plus,
during
there was
the
air
course
bubbles
of
from
the
their
spacewalk.
breathing.
The two spacewalkers placed their suits on internal battery power at 7:11
They get a
a.m.
speeding ticket
Central
'cause the
Time,
cops
8:11
couldn't
a.m.
catch 'em.
Eastern Time to
It's
mark
true.
the official start of this spacewalk. The 239th for station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 7th for Shane Kimbrough, and the 3rd for Thomas Pesquet.
All right, I'm on phase 1. The fixed weather is clear. My report.
Copy, Thomas. You're looking for mile marker 9180.
9180.
As you can even see the shadow of the sun
Good word.
creeping
Just under
past
the
that
FHSC.
hatch at in the front, in the middle there.
Oh yeah, it could well be that in several minutes' time they'll be in complete darkness. I mean, they should be. They're scheduled to be out there for 6.5 hours, and they orbit every 90 minutes. So at some point in that 90-minute orbit, they are in complete darkness.
Are they going to
And
be flying
that will
over
happen
you
again.
today?
No, I don't think the ISS comes over me for another. Hang on, let's have a look.
Because you could wave to them and see if we can see you.
I don't get the ISS over me again until June the 30th.
That's a long time to wait. Oh,
And
well.
it is, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, so I shan't bother with that.
I tell you what, I need to actually find out about this Chinese one and see if that comes over us anywhere.
Yes, that's a good point.
Because I have photos of the ISS, so I need to get photos of the Chinese one, don't I?
Let me have a look.
Well, we can't really see anything at the moment, so let us know if they change camera angle or whatever in a few minutes.
They've just switched over to the helmet
Shane,
cams.
once you've bundled that cable bag to
Oh,
the
here we go,
APFR,
yep.
you can stow the
Yep,
APFR
helmet
in
cam.
the BRT.
Yeah. All right, it's bundled on there.
Our first helmet camera view from Thomas Pesquet as he begins to make his way down the port truss of the International Space Station, incrementally using handrails to make his way towards the ultimate destination, which is the P6 truss, where he and Kimbrough will begin to work to remove the IROSA, the ISS rollout solar array, from flight support equipment that's mounted
they
on the
anchored on
truss of the
somewhere?
station.
Oh, there he is. There's his anchor.
To begin the intricate process of unbolting a variety of mechanisms
I think they have two
that will
clips,
lead
two
to the
clip-ons.
deployment of that array later in today's spacewalk.
So when you're moving forward, if you unclip one, you're always clipped on with the other
You've
one.
always got one clipped, yeah.
Yes, yes.
That's similar to rock climbers, isn't it? How you always make sure. you
Yeah.
clip.
Yeah.
You've got a big risk here of drifting away. If you've only on one clip and you unclip it, there's a very real
Copy.
chance
Good
of you just
config for your
drifting
anchor
away and not
hooks.
being able to
Looking for a
reach anything.
check on your reels.
What was the name of that Chinese space station?
I don't know. I'd have to Google it.
Okay, let me have a look.
My red reel is unlocked.
Copy. Green and red reels unlocked. You can tether to EV2's anchor hook.
The ISS is at an inclination of 41 degrees, so you are too far up north to see. Stevie.
The next pass, the next two passes that might be worth trying to photograph. Has this got my?
No, we'll come back in a little while.
It has got my correct location in it. So my next next 2 nights are worth going out to photograph the ISS. 3rd of July is a magnitude minus 2.5 at
Copy, Thomas. you'll be attaching EV2's anchor
0317 local.
5-1, which is nadir of
And
the
then a
handrail
minus
space you're going to have
3.4 on the 5th, which is also 0318.
Okay, back to stupid. Oh, you got more information.
3 minutes. Oh, I get about 3 minutes on the 5th of July, and I get about 3:17 to 3:23, 6 minutes, and 8 minutes.
Well, that's a shame. I've just found the new Chinese space station. It's just passing over the southern tip of Southern Ireland as we speak.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with all the passes for the next couple of weeks for us. They're all daytime ones.
Yep. I mean, this is literally, it will, in a couple of minutes, it will pass over the south of England. It will pass over, it's going over Somerset. It will be. But of course, it's bright sunlight. It's a cloudless day. You ain't going to see it.
Might just see if there's a possibility that it might just be visible from here, but otherwise, I guess one would have to go down to the south coast to get a good view. Because I mean, the ISS doesn't exactly come over the top of us very often, does it? It's more,
no, but if it was nighttime,
we'd see at nighttime. Depending on how far south, because I think looking at the pass maps, it very often it is kind of a lot. We get passes that run along the south coast that I've actually used and got reasonable photos from. Yeah, it's better if it's a bit further north, but because it gets higher in the sky and it's easier to photograph. But might just be able to see it from here. Of course, it doesn't have to come directly.
Say what you said.
It doesn't have to come directly overhead.
No.
Before.
mean,
that's it. So that doesn't have anything to do with level. Downward vector, if the Earth is a sphere, downward vector would be towards the center, and if the Earth is flat, then downward vector would be straight down.
The world's spinning. No one feels the world's spinning.
What part of your anatomy feels
straight away onto something else? I'm just going to ignore the fact that he's meant to be a pilot and just straight away into his flat Earth dirt that he's just parroting from all the YouTube flat earthers are out there. No, we don't feel the Earth turning. We don't feel it spinning.
Constant velocity.
Again, you don't feel constant, but you only feel acceleration.
Oh, all right. And how much, for your hypothesis, how much acceleration should we feel? How much acceleration should we feel at the equator?
Well, again, someone tell me, because they're saying it's accelerating.
I can tell you.
I'm saying it's not.
I could tell you how much acceleration we expect to see at the equator, but you seem to have already determined your answer without having done the actual analysis. So,
man, listen, the sun and the moon are 28 miles away. Okay.
Straight away into something else.
28 miles away?
28 miles away, Mike. Okay.
What, the sun and the moon? Okay.
Right. Now, how do you know this? Because of shadows, okay?
How come they don't bump
shadows
into each other?
From close light sources, okay?
Okay. Well, hold on a second. Your audio stopped.
Oh, no audio.
Hold on. Your audio cut out.
Oh, my apologies.
All right, there. Yeah.
That was
say
the
what you said
went over the UK
before.
What'd you hear?
Did you take a picture?
You talked about shadows.
Okay. The sun and moon being 28 miles away, And you can test this because of light sources and close shadows. No matter where you have a shadow, you always have a source of light that you can see. Your eyes can see 50 miles. 28 is.
What an insightful comment that is. If you have a shadow, you have a light. It's a light source that causes it. Well, I can't see him being wrong there.
Within the 50. Wait. There's no way your eyes can see 94 million miles. You got to let go of space.
Why can we only see 50 miles?
Because
you had to think about that one.
The atmosphere, and I guess they've done the science though. They've done the science. Like your eyes can see about. I mean, even when like I'm. Even when like I'm like.
Well, I've never seen anybody actually claim that you can only see a certain distance.
Well, you couldn't have an object that's so far away, but you can still see it.
Why?
Brandy said you could poke it with a long stick.
But I can still see it.
No, don't poke the sun, Brandy.
No way that a sun could be so far away, but you can still see it.
But you've said that several times. But do you have any supporting evidence for that, or is it just a claim?
Because I can see the sun, and it rises
because you can see it.
West, right? East to west are not straight lines. East to west are not straight lines. East to west go in a circle. Okay.
But are you suggesting that the light from the sun travels in a circle in order to get to us, or does it travel mostly straight to get to us?
The light travels downwards and it moves at 15 degrees every hour.
No. The sun, yes, the sun does. But when the sun is sending its light towards us, like shortly after sunrise, does the light from the sun travel mostly straight to us, or does it somehow curve as it's traveling to us?
It travels straight to us.
Okay, so if the sun is if the Earth is a disk, right? Then on sunrise on the equinox on the equator, let's say, we should see it rising 45 degrees north of due east, right?
Every day the sun is in the east and it goes to the west. Again, make it simple so people can like.
No, I don't know.
Well, he's got that right. Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It doesn't need to be simple. We can do deep analysis of this. I've finished 8th grade math. We can do.
Now, does he say he doesn't want it simple, or he does want it simple? I missed that bit.
I don't know. I'm confused as hell.
We can apply 8th grade math to this at least, right?
No, don't do 8th grade math.
You can test it and you can see it. That's how we have time zones, because the sun moves at 1,000 miles an hour every hour. From here to New York is a 3-hour time zone because the sun has moved from the east at 1,000 miles an hour. You got to have it simple, because not everybody can do the math. So,
but you and I can, right? We can. That's fine. The people that can't handle the math, we can let them just trust us. But let's do the math on this.
This will be interesting.
From here to New York is about 3,000 miles, right? And the sun moves at about 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
15 degrees every hour, or 15 times 24 would be 360. And a disc has what? 360.
Yeah, get the crayons out, McToon.
All the airplanes' flight instruments, right? You've seen the Flat Earth model, right? Every airplane instrument that we use for navigation is all based on that. degrees in a circle, from the heading indicator to the RMI, the VOR. As a pilot, we fly degrees in a circle because we live on a circle.
So, all right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this. I got the flat Earth map. Is this the map you kind of like?
Yeah.
Okay. So the North Pole in the middle there. So here's the equator, and here's somebody on the equator, and let's say it's the day of the equinox, right? So on the equinox, the sun travels around the equator.
I know, there's a bit of a time delay between chat and me, Stevie, so... Oh, sound. Need some sound.
Copy. Those are good settings. You'll be releasing R5, 18 to 20 turns. The bolt will spring out when fully released, and we'll be checking for a release indicator ring.
You're releasing I5, R5, sorry, 16 to 20 turns.
A-firm.
With those gloves on, you're all thumbs, aren't you?
Yeah, and I've got special sort of hardened tips to the fingers as well.
What, to give you some sort of feel?
I think so.
I got low torque on the PGT.
Are they going back in again? Are they finished?
Nah.
Low torque on the PGT. On the 10 turns.
Copy.
Is that a Ryobi called a drill?
I got 17 turns.
Not quite.
That's a complicated bit of kit just unscrew a screw.
I'll give it a couple more turns if you'll allow me.
Oh yeah, because you've got to counteract the torque, haven't you?
Copy, tomorrow checking.
R5 is really...
Yeah, you screw it one way, the
R5
drill will want to go the other way.
Correct.
And Shane, we recommend not wrapping the adjustable too tightly around the thermal cover. We just want a simple hook on it to keep it pretty much closed, but we don't want anything that's going to be too difficult to undo if you have to get in there quickly.
Okay, copy.
Shane, we recommend hooking to the loop, which is by your right hand on the circular handrail. That looks like a good point if you like.
Copy.
And Thomas, with R5 released, your next step is going to be to stow your PGT, the red one.
Lost the signal.
Lost the signal. We'll come back in a minute. We'll get back to Toon's explanation of flat Earth.
Right?
You mean the summer solstice?
No, the equinox, twice a year.
Yeah, the summer solstice and the winter solstice.
The solstices would be when the sun is over the Tropic of Capricorn or Tropic of Cancer. So I'm talking specifically about the equinox.
Well, on the summer solstice, that's the longest day of the year.
Yeah, no, but my question is about the equinox.
Okay.
So not about the solstice. So on the equinox, I just want to be sure that I understand your model here. The sun travels around over the equator mostly.
It makes a spiral every six months.
Okay, on the day, I'm just talking about the one day of the equinox.
Okay.
I'm just looking to see a yes or no. Does the sun travel over the equator on that day?
The sun's track is the equator.
Okay, so on that day, we agree the sun is above the equator. So if this observer here...
That track, the sun and the moon that you have, that is the equator.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
So on
I don't think he gets it.
No.
the sun is visible on that
like
day
Whitsitt. He doesn't
12
get
hours, and it's dark for 12 hours on that day. So this, for an observer down here on this part of the Earth, on the equinox, the sun is about here when it appears to rise for them, right?
But the sun is never rising or setting.
Yeah, but there is a time of the day when you cannot see the sun, correct?
Right. So
okay, so 6 hours before midday, the sun appears on the horizon. It crosses the horizon. It would be about in this location when that happens, correct?
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then at noon, local solar noon, the sun is directly overhead.
That's why it's
Correct.
so bright, because at noon it's right.
Okay,
it's actually
just yes or no, just yes or no on this. All right, and then 6 hours later, when the sun appears to set, the sun's going to be about here, right? So it's traveled half of the circumference of the equator on that day while it was visible for this person, and then the rest of the day it's up here and not visible for those people, correct?
Right.
Okay. So now at sunrise for this person, when the sun first appears to rise, this angle here we can do. This is simple geometry. We can just draw a line here, right? And
this is going to confuse this so-called pilot.
So we've got east right here. So due east is that line there, right?
Okay.
Right. So that's due east. And then this is due north. So this sun would appear about 45 degrees north of due east.
Of east, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the sun looks like
he's
it's
having to
rising
think about this one.
and setting.
Yep.
But the sun stays the same height. It's called.
I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about the horizontal angle to the sun. So this is a top-down view of a flat Earth idea here, right? So the sun, if the sun is here, as you agreed, if the sun is here, then at the moment that the sun appears to the observer there, it must be 45 degrees north of due east, right? Or your bearing, right? Because bearing 0 is due north. This would be bearing 45, and east is bearing 90.
He should know all that if he's a pilot.
That's not what. Again, that's not what we see.
I understand. I understand very well. That's not what we see, but that's what.
No. But that's not what we see. Okay. I'm gonna see where he gets.
But your model
see if he can dig himself out of this one.
Predicts, unless I'm misunderstanding something. You could explain how your model predicts it differently.
Okay, the way that I see the model is nature doesn't move in a straight line, right? It's always a spiral. So from my point of view, maybe I'm in it alone, but I feel that the Earth makes a spiral every six months. 6 months, it spins closer to the center and slower. So because it's closer and slower, the days are longer.
Okay, but I was not talking about different days. I was talking specifically about one day. Just about one day at one moment when
the time it controls the
that doesn't change anything.
Seasons.
According to your model, how can we predict the angle of the sun when it's first visible to an observer on the equator on that one day of the equinox?
Well, what's important, Mike, is that we know the sun moves. That's what we do know.
I think this is vitally important because I can predict using the globe the angle of sunrise. You should be able to predict using flat Earth the angle of sunrise.
You can't tell me any motion or movement. I can tell you that the sun moves by just watching it. Watch the birds fly. Watch movement. You know when something moves, Mike. You know when something moves.
Sure, and we have detailed instruments that can measure movement, right? Like in a commercial airplane, before you can even take off, you need to allow the IR.
It's like the two trains at the train station analogy, when one train's could be stationary or moving, and you look out the window and you see another train.
Yeah.
Are you moving or are they moving?
Well, they did that sight gag in Top Secret, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
when he's sitting in the train, you think the train's pulling away. It's not. It's the station going the other way. It's on the back of the truck.
That was funny, that bit.
Yeah, but to begin with, you think the train's moving.
Yeah.
Are you to identify the latitude? Right? Are you familiar with that? That's not typically in a smaller single engine plane, but are you familiar with the IRU determining
like the FMS like type systems on a certain?
Yeah, like a larger commercial plane has an inertial reference unit, and before you take off, you need to allow it to. It takes a few minutes, 6 to 10 minutes, depending on a few different things, for it to measure the latitude, and it does that in a certain specific way. How does it do that?
Well, here's one, right? The fact that airplanes fly lines in the sky, right? How do you draw a line over a sphere?
Lines can be curved.
Look behind you at those charts right there, right?
Whoa. Lines can be curved. A line is not straight.
Lines cannot be curved. A line over a sphere is an arc. Game over. It's game over. Because we make a flight plan. We draw a line.
Oh, the Great Circle route. I wonder if he's going to get that wrong. Hey, Sean, you can come in if you want. You know where the link is.
So
you can't have a line
just a second.
Over a ball.
Here's an equation for a line. Yeah. Do you see that?
Show me math. Show me experiments, man. Experiments.
Okay. This is you're talking about the nature of a line. This is an equation for a line. Y equals mx plus b. This is taught to kids all the time in elementary school and in middle school. Y equals mx plus b. That's the formula for a line.
You drew that on a flat piece of paper.
No. Come on. What's the shape of this line?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's a curved. It's a curved line.
That you use a flat piece of paper to just draw on in general, like.
Yeah,
like
that's true. But
the map behind you is flat.
Yeah, but just a second. Every single one of those maps has 3 words on it. 3 words on it. Lambert conformal conic. Do you know what that means?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, then I would really not be happy about. Oh my gosh. Because when you chart. When you use a chart to go from one. No, hold on. Let me finish here. When you pull out a paper chart, because sometimes you need to pull out a paper chart to go between places, right? And certainly 20 years ago, you weren't using an iPad to put your routes in. Hey, you use that chart. On that chart, every single one of those charts that you would use that have paper and that you would draw lines on, every single one of them has Lambert conformal conic on it.
You're drawing a line.
What does Lambert conformal conic mean?
You're drawing a line still.
I'm asking a very specific question, and you're kind of avoiding the answer. What does Lambert conformal conic mean?
Mike.
Oh, it is critically important. Critically important, because if it didn't say that, if it had some other thing in it, then Lambert conformal conic, it would drastically change how you would have to draw the lines and get the
But you're
distances
still drawing
between
the
things.
line.
But now
That's the
here's the
point I'm
thing.
making.
I have a friend who would like to come in, who is a pilot, and
Ooh,
who
who
can
could that
maybe
be?
talk to this a little more than I can.
80
Would
minutes in.
you be okay with that? I'll back off. I won't involve myself anymore if you're okay with that.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. He goes by Wolfie6020.
Oh, I've heard this guy. I've heard him before. He's there to always.
I think we're ready for the jump to Wolfie then, hey? Hey guys?
Yeah.
Okay. We've just got to find out where he comes in.
He is in. There he is.
He's there. Let's see if he's there.
Only gonna fly based on how I feel. Would you do that?
As
You'd
a
lose
pilot?
you'd lose your license if you refuse to use the instruments. You're an instrument rated pilot, so you use your instruments. You use the instruments. So
Shows me how flat I am. Yeah, right. It shows me
where
when I'm level.
yeah,
How
level
flat
level is not flat. I already showed you the definition.
Horizontal was flat. Yes.
That is the lie that you keep repeating as your mantra in your religion of flat earthism.
Sir. Hold the plane even. Don't pitch up.
Hold it.
Sean, he's wearing a pilot's clothing with the stripes on his shoulders, and he's only rated for a single-engined aircraft for 5,000 feet. So really, he'd just be wearing shirt and jeans, and he wouldn't be wearing a normal shirt like that.
Hold it level. Yeah, level is conforming to the curve of the surface of the Earth. You say it's flat, but it's not. That's not the definition. So, Wolfie, I keep sending you emails. I'm sorry that you can't get them. People are saying to bring Wolfie in. I've sent you dozens of emails. They don't come through. So I sent you from my Gmail account.
You know why? Because all he does is bash, though. All he's gonna do is bash me. He's not gonna try out to learn anything. Like me.
You're not trying to learn. You are trying. You are just denying actual information because you don't like it.
No, that's not true at all. I mean, there's way more evidence of the Earth being a flat plane than the Earth being a ball.
But you didn't present any actually. So all right,
okay.
Wolfie is here. He is working on getting his audio set up. So give me a second here.
Well, Wolfie takes it right nearly to the end.
Yes.
It's about there.
So he's still working on it. I don't think he'd used Zoom before.
There was a pilot.
Wolfie hasn't used Zoom before.
I forget her name.
Yeah,
but she was flying for somewhere over in Europe, and she came out and spoke out against the Earth being flat. And
hello, MC Soon.
Hello, Wolfie.
You've got me now. Okay, sorry about all that fuss, but it looks like I've got audio now. I don't have video because I'm using a large monitor, so there's no camera on this.
Where's your avatar, Wolfie?
Well, Wolfie, here is Knowledge.
Hi, Knowledge. My name is Rob. You can call me Rob or you can call me Wolfie. What would you like me to address you as?
I think he's working on his.
Hear me?
I think he's working on his connection there. There he is.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
But yes, my name is Rob. You can call me Rob or you can call me Wolfie. I don't mind either way. What would you like me to address you as?
You can address me as Quincy.
Okay, Quincy, good to meet you. Now, I'm not here to bash you. I'm not here to insult you. I'm not here to belittle you. Just, I think it would be quite interesting to the audience to see two pilots actually discussing aviation matters.
Right.
Everything I've heard so far is basically the same old standard flat Earth arguments, and there's nothing really directly related to aviation content that a professional pilot would know. So, how about we just talk about aviation for a brief period of time, and you can just answer the questions.
Sure. I have a question because I'm sure you're probably a more experienced pilot, but you would agree a good pilot is you're always going to learn, right?
Absolutely, a good pilot always learns. I learn every single time I fly.
Yeah, right. I know, right?
No,
every single day.
Let me finish. If you're going to ask me a question, you let me finish. You do not interrupt. Do you understand? I will not interrupt you. I will not interrupt you. When I ask you a question, I will give you all the time you need to answer. So please respect that and do the same with me. Yes, a pilot absolutely is learning all the time. A good pilot never stops learning. I learn every single time I go to the aircraft, every time I power up, every time I fly with a new pilot. Absolutely, my answer is yes, a good pilot is always learning.
Have you ever seen this curve that people say that they see, especially because I've talked to a lot of pilots, right? Almost one of them says that they've seen this curve. I don't agree, but I'm asking you: have you seen the curve of the globe Earth, sir?
Yes, I have, Quincy. I have seen the curve. I fly a corporate aircraft that can operate up to 51,000 feet. I showed a video on my channel just a few days ago, actually at that altitude. I have shown over the years numerous videos and photos from high altitude where you can see the curve. I've actually linked to one of those photos several times in this chat. I'm not sure if you have seen it. I have absolutely seen the curve. Now, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. They tell me you're a flight instructor. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you are familiar with the VOR?
Yes.
Maybe you could give a 30-second explanation to the audience of what it does and how it works.
I'm so glad, right? Because this is why this is where the flat Earth symbol has to do with superimposing on our flight instruments, because the Earth is a circle. So as pilots, we fly degrees in a circle. There's a instrument that we use called a VOR, which means very high frequency omnidirectional range, or it pretty much allows a plane to navigate on 360 degrees coming out of a circle.
Okay, that's fine. It's a line of sight.
Right. Line of sight instrument.
Yes. What is the range for the VOR?
The range? I think the high class is like 200 miles.
200 at what altitude?
I want to say 40,000 feet.
Okay. I'm looking at a document now that states the range of a VOR. You can look this up on the FAA or general Google search. The range of the VOR below 5,000 feet is 60 nautical miles. The range at 5,000 feet to 10,000 feet is 90 nautical miles. At 10,000 feet to 15,000 feet, it is 120 nautical miles. At 15,000 feet to 20,000 feet, it is 150 nautical miles. It is increasing as the altitude of the aircraft is increasing. It is a line of sight instrument. So can you explain why the range is increasing?
Well, can I explain why the range is increasing? Because as you go higher, is there more radio reception? I mean, as you go higher, is it a better signal?
Okay, it's a line of sight instrument. That means a mountain or the earth or the ocean would block the signal. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're at 5,000 feet, you have less range than if you're at 20,000 feet. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so what is blocking the signal at 5,000 feet? What causes the lower range at 5,000 feet versus flying at 20,000 feet? If the VOR is located on an island and there is nothing in all directions except ocean.
Because there's a slant range. So the higher you are, you're more at a higher angle of a slant, and so therefore, because you're a higher, you're getting a better signal. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're flying a curve, though. Again, it's line of sight.
You're talking about slant range. You're talking about slant range. I'm asking you, what is blocking the distance? What is blocking the range of the VOR signal at the lower altitudes?
What is blocking it?
Because I say the Earth is blocking it. If you look at the Earth curve and you look at the range and you look at the that's what I say. And it certainly fits. If you compare those ranges to those altitudes, it fits beautifully with the geometry of the Earth. So that's what I say it is. What do you say it is on a flat Earth?
I say it's what's blocking it. I would just say the higher you are, you're just getting better signals. Like you're not actually.
Why?
There's nothing that's being blocked. You're just getting better service because you're being higher up. So you're above the ground, and it's less interference. From on the ground.
Okay, I accept that as your answer. Now, how about, have you ever used a cell phone in an aircraft?
No.
Okay.
I can't. Well.
Okay. All right. I will share my experience, and I'm sure other people have the same experience. On the ground, you get beautiful reception. As you go higher, you lose cell phone reception. Why is that?
Okay.
That contradicts your theory.
Say again?
Okay. A cell phone on the ground, I get great reception. When I take off and I climb through 2,000 to 3,000 feet, I generally lose reception, even though I'm flying directly over cell towers that are just beneath me. So it's contradicting what you explained about the VOR.
Okay. Well, Wolfie, you've seen the flat Earth model, right? That we use.
I've seen several flat Earth models. Some flat Earthers agree with one, some disagree with it. What is your particular model? Do you support?
Mine's is just the basic one. Yeah, the AE one. Now.
Okay, fine. Yes, I have seen it.
Do you find it kind of?
Thanks for that, Steve.
Like for me, every like the VOR, the RMI, like all the navigational instruments, if you superimpose it, it fits right on that circle. Like, do you see why a pilot like myself looks at the Earth being a circle? Then I look at at our flight instruments that are circles, and that makes sense. Like, or here's one: flying IFR, right? When you fly in IFR flight plan, you draw a line. How do you have a line over a sphere?
Yeah, we'll get to that. And
it sounds like the typical persons that learn something, learn how to use an instrument or learn how to fly the plane, but don't know why they work and how they work.
Yeah.
It's like a person that drives a car that they might know how to drive it and how to use the instruments, but they don't know how they work and all that sort of stuff.
It almost seems like he doesn't even know how to do any of it.
Hmm.
And having just had a little doze, I think I need to look back through the chat to find out what
Catch up.
why the radio waves are being lazy.
Okay.
Certainly look forward to talking about flight planning with you. How do you draw a line over a sphere? Grab a beach ball, grab a marker pen, and draw.
No, Wolfie.
That's a line over a sphere.
No, Wolfie. I'm going to grab a flight chart because that's what I do. And
Okay.
my flight chart is flat.
We will get to flight planning. I'm very happy to discuss flight planning with you.
But why grab a ball when we don't fly with balls? Grab a map.
Because you asked me how to draw a straight line on a sphere, and I told you how to draw a straight line on a sphere. If you ask me how we want to do a flight plan, we will get to that. But your question was, how do we draw a straight line on a sphere? Do you disagree that a ball, a beach ball or a basketball is a sphere?
No.
That is a sphere. You agree. Do you agree that if I get a marker pen and I draw a line on that sphere, I'm drawing a line on a sphere, correct?
Yes.
That was your question. I've answered it. Okay.
But what I'm saying is that when I teach students to draw flight plans, I show them a map, and the map is flat, and I say draw a line.
Okay, so why did you ask me to draw a line on a sphere?
Well, why did you ask me to draw a line on the ball? I'm telling you, how do we make flight plans if the maps that we use to fly with are flat and there are lines over them? IFR flight plans are lines.
We will get to flight planning. Trust me. We will get to flight planning.
Well, it's easy to plan the flight on a map, on a flat piece of map, than try to do it on the ball all the time, isn't it?
I said that a cell phone has great range on the ground. It works fine, good reception. As you go higher, you lose.
And imagine the scale of the ball if you wanted to use a sphere as a flight plan compared to using maps. You'd have to have a giant ball.
I mean, why don't we use spheres? They tuck into your pocket so conveniently.
Yeah, they fold up and go in your glove box so easily. What do you call it? Road maps and street directories, don't they?
I don't see what the fuss is about. Yeah, just use globes.
Yeah, just use a globe, yeah.
Just use inflatable ones. Hang on, I need to work out where I am. I'll take you 5 minutes to blow
open
this
the
thing
boot
up.
Pump your globe up and we'll see where we can find out where we lost.
Yeah.
Is that reception?
Crazy.
Your argument with the VOR is that the improved range is due to the altitude, the slant range. So the experience with a cell phone contradicts what you're claiming with the VOR. So I'm asking you again.
I can't see the connection between the cell phone and your.
Do you think anything is blocking
VLR,
the signal
VIR?
From the VOR? Why does the range increase progressively as the altitude of the aircraft is increased?
You would cut out, sir. Say again.
Okay, it's okay. Look, I'm happy to let that VOR question go if you want to move on to something else.
I want to talk about the vestibular system.
Oh, fabulous, because that was next on my list. What is the sensitivity of the vestibular system?
I don't know.
You don't know.
He wanted to talk about it, and he doesn't. And that was the first question. Oh, sorry, no, I don't know about that. Try it. Next question.
Medicine course.
Well, I don't know what the sensitivity. Again, I don't know.
Are you an IFR pilot?
Yes, I am.
Did you not learn the sensitivity of the vestibular system during your training?
I just didn't. Again, we're always trying to learn, right? So if I don't know, you can't.
Okay.
This is what really worries me. He seems to have such little understanding of stuff that he should know if he's IFR qualified and is an instructor.
Yeah, it seems to.
I mean, even if he's only a VFR instructor, being IFR qualified, he should know this stuff. He shouldn't be going, I don't know. Well, every technical question he's been asked,
he doesn't know.
You'd think he'd be talking in a sort of like a teaching tone and explanations and descriptions of what he does, because he's supposed to be teaching, as an instructor. So it doesn't even come across like that.
Because from my personal training and also from teaching instrument flying to students, that is one of the most basic foundations of understanding why we trust our instruments. It is because we cannot trust our vestibular system. The sensitivity of the vestibular system is an acceleration of about 2 to 3 degrees per second.
Hi, Micro.
You can look that up. You can look that up if you don't believe me. But
I
basically,
I didn't say micro
crapper
this time.
Movement in the aircraft
lower
than that rate of acceleration cannot be
detected. Come on, Terry. System. Make a blue.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that is why pilots can become disoriented in cloud. You agree with that? You're familiar with the graveyard spiral? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you agree that instrument pilots are taught to not trust their vestibular system?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
Now,
so please go ahead.
Okay. Well, my point was, when I look at the artificial horizon, and I look at the fact that it's a three axis gyro, and our vestibular system is also three.
What, Dora?
I can say we know where pitch is, we know where roll is, bank, and a yaw. There's no way the world could be spinning 1,000 miles an hour without our vestibular system sensing that. It's almost like the artificial horizon is parallel with what we're supposed to be sensing. Our body wants to be flat and level, and that's where our body wants to be. That's where the airplane wants to be. Like there's no way that the world could be spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but yet as a pilot, we're always taught that it's not moving, or do a flight plan like it's not moving.
Can I clarify what you're saying? You're saying? Are you saying that we should be detecting the motion of the Earth with our vestibular system?
Yes.
Okay. Did you not just agree with me that the sensitivity is 2 to 3 degrees per second acceleration?
Okay.
Which is not a lot.
Okay, so no, but let me finish.
Well,
so you agreed with me that the vestibular system can be fooled, that it is not sensitive enough to detect motions less than 2 to 3 degrees per second acceleration. My question now is, what is the rotational acceleration of the Earth?
Supposedly it's 1,000 miles an hour, right?
No,
that's velocity, not acceleration.
At the equator. What is the rotational acceleration in degrees per second of the Earth?
I don't know. I can't feel it.
Okay.
What? You can't feel the motion of the Earth.
Do you agree that if it was less than 2 to 3 degrees per second, you probably wouldn't feel it?
And I don't feel it. This is what I was trying to tell Mike.
I'm asking you a question. Do you agree that if the rotational acceleration of the Earth is less than 2 to 3 degrees per second, you will not feel it?
But I should feel it, or should not.
I'm asking you a question and you keep avoiding. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to keep asking the same question until you answer directly. You just have to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. The Earth, you have just agreed with me that the vestibular system is not sensitive enough to detect rotational accelerations less than 2 to 3 degrees per second. This is the reason pilots get disoriented in instrument flying if they're not trained for it. Agree?
Agree.
Now, if the Earth's rotational acceleration is less than 2 to 3 degrees per second, then we should not be able to feel it. Do you agree?
I mean, we don't feel it, right? I mean,
that's not.
I don't
what
think
I'm
he
asking
understands
you. I'm
the
saying,
question.
do you agree
I don't think he does.
that if the Earth's rotational acceleration is less than 2 to 3 degrees per second acceleration, we won't feel it because the vestibular system is not sensitive enough? Do you agree? Just say yes or no.
I don't have the answer. I don't know.
But you agreed that the vestibular system is not accurate enough to detect 2 to 3 degrees per second acceleration.
Okay.
You agreed to that already. Do you deny agreeing to that?
Again, sir, teach me, please, because I want to learn. Okay. I mean,
that's fine. I appreciate that. Okay. Going back to the basics of spatial disorientation in instrument flying. You're an instrument rated pilot. You know that pilots can become disoriented when flying in cloud if they don't trust their instruments. Agree?
Yes.
Okay. The vestibular system has a sensitivity of about 2 to 3 degrees per second rotational acceleration. You don't have to trust me. You can look that up. It is taught in aviation medicine courses. Every IFR pilot that I am aware of will have learned that. I'm sure you've heard it. Maybe you forgot. That's fine. But the sensitivity of the vestibular system is 2 to 3 degrees per second. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. So any rotational acceleration less than that cannot be detected.
Okay, but why do I feel motion every other time? Like in a car, when I'm doing steep turns, when I'm landing. Today, my student pulled the power out on final, and we slammed so hard, bro. I felt that shit. Like I felt it, bro.
And
like,
so do I. And so do I. You will absolutely feel acceleration.
So again, we know
you will
when
absolutely,
we feel. So we know when something moves. Again,
we're talking about the threshold. We're talking about the threshold of what you can detect. Okay, let me try and approach this from a different direction. Are you familiar with the Barani chair?
The
Barani chair.
Absolutely not. Wow. Nuh-uh.
Okay. The Barani chair is used for military pilot training to help them understand spatial disorientation.
Oh, okay. Wait. I think that they were like doing this in like the 1940s, right?
They're still doing it, Quincy. They're still doing it, Quincy. Yeah.
Okay,
they're still doing it. And in fact, even in civilian training, I've seen it done. I used to do it myself with my students on a basic swivel chair. Okay, so let me put you in the scenario. You're sitting in a Barani chair. It's basically just a rotating chair. If you imagine a typical swivel chair that can spin around, that's close enough. Okay. If I rotated you quickly, you're going to feel it. Do you agree?
Yes.
If I rate, yeah, absolutely.
Because I feel acceleration. Yes.
Okay, terrific. Now, if I rotated you at 1 revolution in 24 hours and your eyes were closed, would you feel that?
In 24 at one. I mean,
one rotation of the chair in 24 hours.
As long as I'm accelerating, I'm going to feel it.
You're not accelerating. You're rotating.
I won't feel it.
Steady rate. You won't feel it.
I won't feel it.
Thank you. That's a good, honest answer. I respect you for that.
Because it says that, you don't. All the airplane is flying level when all the forces are even and unaccelerated. So as long as you aren't climbing or descending or speeding up or slowing down, you won't feel anything. My point is, who felt the Earth accelerating to say, well, that's how we know that it is.
Okay. Is there any evidence, or do we claim that the Earth has accelerated in your lifetime?
Not that I know of. I know that the rule is 1,000 miles an hour. That's what you know.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. And you know, this is a very productive conversation. I appreciate you staying calm and answering directly. I'll try to do the same too. So you've agreed now that the rotation of the Earth is 1,000 miles an hour. We're talking about the linear velocity at the equator. Agree?
Yes.
Okay. If that 1,000 miles an hour is not changing, there's no acceleration. Do you agree?
Yes.
You just told us that you cannot feel when there is no acceleration. If the motion is steady, you're not going to feel it. Do you agree?
Right. So
by your own logic.
Wait. I'm sorry. Just wait.
Okay.
Go back now. You said to me, at 1,000 miles an hour right now, if it's constant, we don't feel it.
You agreed.
I'm saying
you agreed that you feel acceleration. You said if the plane is moving at a steady speed, you don't feel it.
You don't feel it. Yes, fair.
So if something is moving at a steady speed, you won't feel it.
You won't feel it. Fair.
Okay, thank you. You told me that if you're in the chair and I was rotating it at a steady speed once in 24 hours, you won't feel it. You agreed to that.
I would only feel it if I was constantly accelerating.
Yeah, I see him moving around there.
24 hours. If the speed was constant, I wouldn't feel it even in the chair. I don't feel.
Yes.
You can't feel it if it's a constant.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with you. So please tell me why you think you would feel a constant rotation on the Earth. There's no acceleration.
See, this is the point that we're trying to make is that we wouldn't feel it. So who was the person that felt it and said, okay, I feel the Earth accelerating 1,000 miles an hour. That's how I know that it is. Because on my model, Wolfie, my model works out better. On my model, the sun moves at 1,000 miles an hour, and that's how we get time zones. Because
daytime, nighttime.
Okay, we're going off on a tangent. We're going off on a tangent. We're talking about not talking about the sun speed or motion.
Are you sure it's daytime, nighttime, Terry?
I thought you might have had it there ready.
To feel.
I wasn't expecting it.
Oh, okay.
The rotation of the Earth and whether you could feel it or not.
Oh dear.
Barbara, there's a TV remote there though. Right there. Oh. Hello? Yes, sir.
Yes. Hello, that's okay. I know you've got life to deal with. Yeah.
Hey, the question. They're always saying you're always flying planes. You're always flying planes. So
that's okay. No, that's all good. So let's just finish off this. So you agreed that you agreed that you feel acceleration, but you cannot feel steady motion.
Yes.
Okay. So our statement is, our claim is that because the Earth is rotating at a steady rate, there's no acceleration to that rate of rotation, you're not going to feel it. That is perfectly normal when we know the sensitivity of our vestibular system. That's our argument.
Okay.
Okay. So are you still making the claim that we should feel the rotation of the Earth?
Well, I'm saying, how can that be science if no one has ever felt the acceleration? Like, who was the person that felt it?
We're not claiming that there's acceleration.
To say that it is. Like, how did they know?
It's hard work.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean it doesn't really matter? But because
the argument has the Earth's rate of rotation changed appreciably in either of our lifetimes?
Again, how do we know it's rotating if we can't feel it? That's what I'm saying. Because to me, if I
Lots of ways we can measure its rotating.
He just explained it about how many per second.
moves,
It
the sun
doesn't matter that we can't feel it.
Yeah, just because we can't feel the rotation, Alan. Just because we can't.
The sun actually moves.
Yeah, we'll get to the sun. We'll get to the sun. We'll get to the sun. Now, I'm just simply asking. I'm simply asking that why do you think we should feel the motion of the Earth right now if there is no acceleration?
But my point is that we shouldn't feel it if it's constant. So who was the person that felt it? How did they test it if they can't test acceleration? If you can only feel acceleration.
He brings up the acceleration
how did they
part of
test the acceleration if there is none? Because
I think he's getting the acceleration and rotation mixed up.
That's a different argument. Yeah. That's a different argument. That's a different argument. And I'm simply so you're now agreeing that if the motion of the Earth is constant, there is no way for us to feel it with our bodies.
There's no way for us to feel it or to even test it.
Okay. I'll disagree with how to test it. We can talk about that separately. It's not specifically aviation related, but I have done experiments on that too. Okay, so we finish off that point with you agreeing that because of the steady motion of the Earth, our vestibular system is not accurate enough to detect it. Do you agree? And we can, if you say yes, we can finish off there.
That's strange that it does detect
he
every
did say
other
yes
motion
before,
except for the one of the Earth.
but it doesn't. But Quincy, it doesn't detect every other motion.
What do you mean?
You just agreed that if you're in a chair rotating at one rotation in 24 hours, and there was no acceleration, your body would not be able to detect that. You agreed to that.
I got you. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So if they say the Earth spins and we don't feel it, we don't feel it because we can't detect the motion. How do we know that they were able to test that? Who knows? It's just something that they said.
Okay, no, that's good. So we're both in agreement that our bodies are not accurate enough to detect steady motion.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that's good. Now, let's talk about the artificial horizon.
No.
Okay. Have you seen my video showing the internal...
Horizon rises to eye level.
No, but I do know how it works now. Now, me and Mike had a question, and so I say to my students, keep the airplane level. Level to me means flat. Mike tends to think that flying level is not flying flat.
That's right, exactly.
Okay. Can we talk about the artificial horizon?
Sure.
Okay. So you haven't seen my video showing inside the artificial horizon. Have you ever seen inside a real artificial horizon yourself?
Absolutely. With the tubes to the vacuum system and the rotor buckets on the inside with the three axes. Yes, sir.
Fabulous.
All the time.
Okay, terrific. So you agree that depending upon the design, of course, that the standard artificial horizon uses a correction mechanism via pendulous vanes. Are you familiar with that term? Yes.
Yes, sir.
And those pendulous vanes are forced on by gravity, or they're acted upon by gravity to sense the direction of down, and they will pivot either way, and they will result in a correction force on the gyro to always restore it to horizontal based on the direction of down that those vanes are sensing. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now we could close this one off very quickly. Now, the flat Earth argument is that the artificial horizon, the gyro in the artificial horizon, is set when powered up and never changes. Their argument is that if we fly around a curved Earth, that artificial horizon should show the aircraft pitching down continuously.
Okay,
However,
Wolfie, this is an easy one. Now Wolfie, that thing is flat and straight. If we kept flying at the same altitude, you know what? I'll even tell you one more. I often had a challenge, right, to throw online called the Flat Earth Pilot Challenge, and all we have to do is any pilot and any airplane take a picture over 200 miles and show the curve, because the artificial horizon is just that, an artificial horizon. And if something's horizontal, then it's flat.
Okay, we're getting away from the point. The argument flat earthers make is that if the gyro in the artificial horizon was truly rigid in space and the aircraft was following curvature, that should appear as an indication in the artificial horizon. Have you heard that argument from flat earthers?
I heard that to somebody who wasn't even a pilot. And when they told me that, I said, whoa, I've never thought about that. And we learned it again. And now I agree with that argument.
So you agree that the gyroscope in the artificial horizon is always rigid and the pendulous vanes do absolutely nothing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it only works on a flat plane.
No. What do the pendulous vanes do?
There's no way that the gyro could work on a ball.
No, this is
Quincy,
after that.
what do the pendulous vanes do?
Huh?
Quincy, you told me that you have seen inside an artificial horizon. You have told me that you told me that you have seen the pendulous vanes. What do the pendulous vanes do? What is their purpose?
The pendulous vanes, they're there to, does the air pressure escape one way to get it right? The air spins the rotor buckets, and then
is he trying to save gyroscopes, but he's not getting that out yet?
The G11,000 now, so you know I'm all glass now, so it's been a
that's okay. The G1000. The G1000 is an impressive bit of gear. It's amazing. I agree. It's fabulous.
Man,
the question is, what do the pendulous vanes do?
I forget.
Okay, the pendulous vanes are based on gravity. They sense the direction of gravity or acceleration if you're in a turn. They then act by producing an asymmetrical force on the gyro that causes it to precess to align with the sensed direction of down. That is
so down. So down could mean like weight. Could mean level. Could mean the center.
Down is very simply if you have an object and you drop it, the direction that object moves. That is what I call down.
Okay. So then, how does that work on a sphere? Because if you kept flying, down would eventually be sideways. Now, if
correct.
the Earth
down on a sphere is always
be sideways, but down on a flat Earth is always down.
Okay, down on a sphere is towards the center of the sphere. Okay, so if you go 1/4 of the way around a sphere, your direction of down has changed by 90 degrees. Can you visualize that?
And that's sideways.
Okay. It's sideways with reference to the starting point, but it's not sideways with reference to the finishing point.
But on a flat Earth, my model, down is just down, and that's what makes sense.
Sure. Well, no, down towards the center of the sphere also makes sense because down is not sideways if you're at that position. If you start at the North Pole, and North Pole you call that up, and you move 1/4 of the way around the Earth, you're now on the equator. Would you agree?
Yes, and now down is now sideways
later
at
90
degrees.
It's sideways referencing the North Pole, but it's not sideways referencing the equator. Down is now down towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, but on
So
a
it's
flat
not
Earth
sideways.
model, down
What's
is
it
always down.
So yeah, down is always down too on the globe, but the direction
Well, no,
changing
because if
it is. Down is always towards the center of the Earth. Down is always down on a globe.
But if you're in a globe and like you're on like Antarctica, you know, which way is again down would be up again. See, it doesn't work.
Are you saying that north is up and south is down?
I'm saying that every compass always points to the North Pole because there is only the North Pole.
You're deflecting. Sorry, Quincy, you're deflecting. We're not talking about compasses. I'm saying, are you saying that north is up and south is down?
North is not up. North is the center. North is straight, just like the VOR.
So when you say down is sideways at the equator, sideways with respect to what?
No, down. I'm sorry. The North Pole is the center. To fly south would be to fly outwards. So down is just down.
Okay. You're looking at a ball. You're looking at a ball.
I'm not looking at a ball. No, I'm not. I'm looking at a disc. You're looking at a disc. Which way is down? Okay, it's down.
Okay. Let's get back to the question. Pendulous vanes. Do you agree that they can correct the position of the gyro in the artificial horizon?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, it is never consistently rigid in space, is it? If it's being corrected, it's not maintaining a single attitude in space.
But it's trying to do that, though. It's trying to show you that I'm at 5,000 feet. So when I bank the airplane to the right, it shows the bank, and then when I turn back, okay, it's showing me that. It's showing me where I'm back to being.
Yeah, you just said the artificial horizon is showing you that you're at 5,000 feet. It doesn't do that though, does it? I'm
sorry. Well, when me and Mike were talking, the example that we used was 5,000 feet. But no, you're right. It doesn't do that. It shows you where the horizon is.
Okay, so why does the gyro in the artificial horizon need a correction mechanism, in your opinion?
Why does it need a correction? I know in the older the older planes, like because I fly some older ones. When I first start up without vacuum pressure, it doesn't read right. It doesn't show me level. So with the right amount of vacuum pressure, it spins up the gyro to show me level. And you're asking me, say again?
Okay. If
what was the question?
The pendulous vanes in the gyro are able to correct its position, why does it need this correction?
Why does it need its correction? Or are you asking me how is it being corrected, or why is it being corrected?
No, it's being corrected. It's being corrected by the pendulous vanes, and I explain that very clearly on my video, actually demonstrating it occurring, and I show how the pendulous vanes are moving at various attitudes to always restore the position of that artificial horizon with respect to the sense direction of down. That's fine. I'm asking why, if the flat earthers claim that a gyroscope is always rigid in space. If it's always rigid in space, why does it need correction mechanisms?
I don't know.
Okay. You're familiar with acceleration and turning errors?
Oh yeah. Anders. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we have errors. We have acceleration and turning errors that can cause the artificial horizon to become inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
We have bearing friction that could cause precession. We have acceleration in tight turns or aerobatics. I don't know if you've flown aerobatics. I've done a lot of it. You can really throw that artificial horizon into a spin, literally. By doing aerobatics.
Right, and then it'll tumble over.
Absolutely, and then it takes a long time to correct itself.
Yeah, right. In fact, at the school that I'm in, they don't even want us doing spins because it can really damage them.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. You know, if you need a proper artificial horizon to cope with aerobatics, or you need to cage it. You need to cage it during aerobatics, in which case you're locking the gimbal.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. So you would be happy to agree that claiming the gyro in an artificial horizon is always rigid in one position is actually not true. You agree with that?
Okay,
thanks. Terrific. Now, the specification for the correction rate on the artificial horizon that I use in my demonstration is 2 to 4 degrees per minute. So if there is an error for whatever reason, whether it's due to earth curvature or aerobatics or acceleration or turning errors, if there is an error, the correction mechanism, the pendulous vanes, will correct that at the rate of 2 to 4 degrees per minute. I show that in time-lapse videos in my own video footage. So 2 to 4 degrees per minute correction. Would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Okay. If we are flying at 450 knots,
that's your speed.
Yeah, I understand, but the faster we go, the worse it is for the globe if the flat Earth theory is true. So 450 knots. I use that number because it gives me 1 degree of Earth, of flying around 1 degree of Earth every 8 minutes. Okay, 450 knots does that cleanly. In 8 minutes, we fly 60 nautical miles. Okay, so basically what we have is 1 degree of curve in 8 minutes. Now, to remain level to the pilot's eyes, if you're flying around curve and you're going over 1 degree of curve every 8 minutes, for that artificial horizon to appear level at all times, it would only need to correct 1 degree every 8 minutes. You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. The specification for the gyro is 2 to 4 degrees every minute. So it is easily capable of correcting 1 degree in 8 minutes. Would you agree?
Okay.
Okay. So now you would agree that if we are flying over a curved Earth and the artificial horizon to the pilot's eyes is always remaining level, that could be entirely due to the correction mechanisms doing their job.
Well, if you kept flying though, because you got to look and see. Not only are we talking about the attitude indicator, but we're also talking about the altimeter on the globe.
We're talking about the attitude indicator.
Well, on the globe model though, two things tend to be happening that we don't observe happening. For one, the attitude indicator is always straight, and two, the altimeter doesn't seem to move. If we live on a globe, if we live on a globe, the altimeter should be off as we fly, because we would be flying off into a space, right? Supposedly.
Okay, we'll come to that. We'll just stick in the back of your mind the terms surface ceiling and absolute ceiling, because we'll come to back to that. Okay, but we're talking about the artificial horizon now, and you stated that it's always level, always showing level as we're flying. We're moving across 1 degree of curve every 8 minutes at 450 knots. Okay.
But what's the height of the curve? It's 8 inches per square mile.
No. So, it's 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. It's 1 degree. The curve is 1 degree every 60 nautical miles.
So that's what in feet.
It's 1 degree. You don't measure curve in feet. You measure it in
well, I'm saying if the Earth is a sphere,
got me on that one.
are you flying around the sphere, or are you not?
We're trying to establish a single point on the artificial horizon. We're not talking about how many feet of drop based on 8 inches per mile squared. We're not talking about that. We're talking about 1 degree of curve every 60 nautical miles. That is 1 degree of curve every 8 minutes flying at 450 knots. You agreed that the correction mechanisms can correct errors at the rate of 2 to 4 degrees per minute. You agreed to that earlier. So if the artificial horizon has to correct 1 degree of curve or 1 degree of error every 8 minutes, it is certainly capable of doing that. Would you agree?
What was the question?
On a longer distance,
one degree, 60 nautical miles.
No, because wait a minute. In class A airspace, you're at a flight level, right? You're at a flight level. How are you maintaining the flight level if you're at
flat Earth pilot,
if you're at that
Raptor?
one degree for so many miles? At some point, you be off your assigned level, right? Exactly.
You're trying to introduce a different argument. We're not talking about the classes of airspace. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter because you're leveled. They call them flight level. Hey, sir, please climb to what? Flight level 290.
Does the artificial horizon know what class of airspace you're flying in?
No, it doesn't. But it tells you but it tells you that you're level. That's what it does do.
I'm not disputing that. I'm talking purely about its capability to correct errors. You agreed that it can correct errors at the rate of 2 to 4 degrees per minute. That is stated in the instrument manual. It can, if there's an error, if it detects an error, it can correct this error at 2 to 4 degrees every minute.
Taking a long time on one topic, aren't they?
If you want to retract your agreement and go and look up yourself, I'm quite happy to wait.
Just say no. I don't know.
Have already agreed to that. Now, that rate of correction
No, he can't because
is much faster than correcting 1 degree in 8 minutes. Would you agree?
I think Wolfie should have stuck to something a bit more simple.
What is the correction rate in feet?
Wolfie is sticking to simple stuff.
Does the artificial horizon show you indications in feet?
But they go
but
together.
Wolfie is holding his feet to the fire
Does
as well.
the artificial horizon show you indications in feet?
No, it doesn't. But the
typical flat earther tactics
they both
to divert,
doing what they would do
change
on a
the
global
subject,
point.
but
the
stick
point
to the one thing.
We'll talk about the altimeter.
Wolfie ain't going with that.
Let's finish off with the artificial horizon. Happy to talk about the altimeter next. The artificial horizon is what we're talking about now. We're talking about the ability of the artificial horizon to correct an error of 1 degree every 8 minutes. Do you think the pendulous vanes, the correction mechanisms, can do that?
Not according to the curve of the Earth. No.
Okay, but you agreed. But you already agreed that it can correct.
They make corrections, but the corrections that they're making are not due to the due to the curve.
We're not arguing exactly what it is correcting for. We're arguing if it is capable of making that correction.
Not for the curve, no.
No. Can it make a correction of 1 degree every 8 minutes?
1 degree of what?
1 degree of error.
Error. Yes.
So it can. So if there is 1 degree of error in 8 minutes or over 8 minutes, it can correct for that quite easily.
Yes.
Okay,
and the degree in error is not degree in curvature.
Okay, it's irrelevant. You have agreed that the artificial horizon can correct 1 degree of error in 8 minutes. Are we happy with that?
Sure.
Okay, I'm happy with that. Is the audience happy with that? I can see you, MC Toon. If you give me a thumbs up, I'll accept that.
I'm happy with that.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
All right. Now the altimeter. You talked about on a globe Earth, you believe the aircraft would just continue climbing. Is that right, Quincy?
Either climbing or descending, but it wouldn't be, again, me and Mike use 5,000 feet. And my point is, at 5,000 feet, if
that's what I've already said, Peter G, about that.
I'm on California. If I flew from here to New from here, you know, I drew a line, whatever. I'm going to be level the whole entire time. Like, there's no way that I'm flying level at the same height.
What, isn't there any mountains in between there?
Okay, so I'm just trying to I'm just trying.
It's spinning too, right?
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand your argument with reference to the altimeter now. Are you claiming that on a globe Earth, if you're flying level, you would be climbing?
That's what the error's for in the altimeter.
What's your argument in relation to the altimeter?
8 inches per square mile. So even after, so even
I don't know how we got that one out into it.
After about 200 miles,
you can't even get that
400
right.
or 500 feet. I'm not good at the math. I'm not good at doing the math.
That's okay. And you're a flying instructor? You're a flying instructor?
Flying instructor, yes.
Okay, you're teaching your students how to fly straight and level. This is the straight and level lesson, okay? You teach this. You're teaching the student, and you have given him an altitude of 4,000 feet to fly, okay?
Right.
He's looking at the altimeter. He's looking at the vertical speed indicator, and you have asked him to maintain 4,000 feet. If he notices the aircraft has climbed slightly, what does he do to correct?
He probably noticed the VSI move up a little bit first, then the altimeter would move. He has to lower the nose, pitch back down to where he was.
So you agree that when a pilot is flying, they don't just let the airplane climb, they actually lower the nose if it climbs.
Yeah, but if he descends, then he has to climb too. So
I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. You're always making corrections to maintain.
You're always trying to what? I teach my students, keep the flatness. Keep the flatness.
Okay. So can we agree? Can we agree that to fly an accurate altitude, we are always making corrections?
Yes.
Thank you. That's been my whole argument for years. Correct. Thank you. Okay.
Small corrections. Corrections. I was just to tell somebody today. Don't use big corrections. Small corrections.
Absolutely. Yep, I totally agree. And I used to teach my students just to do it with fingertip pressure. You don't need any more than that.
Exactly.
If the plane's all right, perfect. Now, another argument some flat earthers have claimed is that if you make no corrections, the plane will fly off into space. Have you heard that?
That's what I believe.
That's what you believe. Okay. What aircraft do you fly?
Cessna 172.
Okay. What is the published service ceiling for that aircraft?
About 16,000.
Okay. What does that mean?
So that means that at any further height, an increase in angle of attack will cause a stall. No, wait. Is that absolute or service? Service is I hear what you're saying. You're talking about absolute ceiling. I'm talking either or. It doesn't matter. You can explain. Okay, but at any further higher angle of attack, the plane's gonna stall.
Okay,
so you agree that even if you tried, you could not get your Cessna up to 25,000 feet, even if you tried to do that.
No way.
Okay, thank you. So how could it possibly fly off into space?
Well, I mean, obviously it can. But on the globe model, this is what I was telling Mike. If we're flying lines, you can only draw a line over this is where we're coming into flight planning, because drawing a line over a flat plane makes sense. Drawing a line over a sphere makes an arc.
We're talking about flying off into space. Okay.
Right. Because
you talked
Which is
about
a
the
straight
absolute
line.
ceiling of the aircraft. Okay. My
But
aircraft
yeah,
can get up to
that's what would happen if
51,000
you
feet.
flew
But
in a straight
there
line.
is no way I could take it up to 70,000 feet. It just
there's
doesn't
no
have
way.
it doesn't
But-
have the performance. So if I do nothing, if I'm flying on a globe Earth and I do nothing, and the aeroplane is flying a straight line, which means it would climb, there would be an aerodynamic limit at which point it could no longer climb any further, and the nose would automatically drop, whether it just be due to aerodynamic stability or by stalling. So it could not fly off into space, could it?
No, because the Earth is flat and it flies straight and level, and you always fly at your assigned
Okay, so the aircraft cannot go above a certain altitude based on aerodynamic and performance limitations.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You agree with that? You
Because
agree.
it
Okay.
doesn't.
And altitude, we can simplify it by saying the distance above the ground. You know, it doesn't have to be technical. We don't have to talk about QNH or pressure levels or anything. Just a layman's explanation of altitude is how high you are above the ground. Would you be happy with that? Okay. So we know that the aeroplane cannot go above a certain altitude, which is a certain distance above the ground.
You got your O's worked out
due to
there.
aerodynamic and performance limitations. Do we agree?
Right.
Okay. So based on that, even on a globe, it cannot go above a certain distance above the ground, flying in a straight line. It will hit an aerodynamic limit, at which point it will no longer expand its distance above the ground, and it will just naturally follow the curve due to aerodynamic and performance limitations.
Okay, but when we fly, we don't have to take it back into the curve. Nowhere in the curve do we do our flight planning. Nowhere.
All right, we can talk about flight planning soon, but let's finish off this one. So you agree the claim that a plane could fly off into space is ridiculous because of aerodynamic and performance limitations?
I believe a plane that if we're on a sphere, all right, ain't nobody flying no straight line, Wolfie, over like the fact that we fly level proves that we're not on a sphere. We're not on a sphere. There's no way we're in a sphere.
Okay.
No way. Way.
You're just making claims now without any reference. We're talking specifically about the performance of the aircraft.
Because
you
know what I mean.
You agree there is an absolute ceiling. The aircraft cannot go above that.
Yes. Okay. Right.
So if you try to go above
That's
that,
okay, Dan.
then simple physics.
Everyone can
will
bag
stop
you out now by putting words with the letter O in it.
Yeah. Okay. So flat earthers say that and I'm not saying all of them, I'm not generalizing, I'm saying some flat earthers claim that if the plane flies straight, it would fly off into space. But you and I now agree that there is a physical limit where it could not fly any higher due to aerodynamic and performance limitations. So there's a natural barrier.
I hope he's enjoying the ISS spacewalk while we're listening to the two pilots.
Okay, but
having a
I've been
debate.
some incredible
around the
pictures.
curve?
No,
Like,
we're just talking about how high that aircraft could go on a flat Earth or a globe. It doesn't matter. We're saying that there is a limit that will naturally prevent it from flying off into space if it's flying on a globe.
Okay, I'm going to time out anyone that doesn't put
as absolute ceiling,
an O
which is
in their
dictated
sentence.
by aerodynamics and the performance of the aircraft.
Okay.
Are we happy with that, Toon? Happy to just move on from that one?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay. All right. So what was the next point you'd like to discuss?
Sound
Flight
good.
planning.
The fact that we're drawing lines over flat, like the charts that we use to fly with are flat.
Okay.
They're flat.
Can I ask can I ask? And I'm not being condescending. I'm just trying to understand your experience so that I can pitch my questions accordingly. Do you have any international experience?
No.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any experience with electronic flight planning?
Like
Universal, Jefferson, ARINC, anything like that?
Sometimes I
think the answer to that is no, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a roundabout way of saying
when you
that.
use ForeFlight, when you zoom out on the map, what does it show you?
It shows a globe.
Okay, thank you.
But
now,
it's
do you think
not. But it's not a real globe. It's just a computer one though. Like there's no actual.
Of course, it's not a real globe. Of course, it's not a real globe. But it's a mathematical representation of a globe.
Only when
you sub
only when you zoom out. When you zoom in,
if you're a sub.
It's flat.
Well, it's not flat, and you can prove that quite easily when you just move the track north or south.
But when you zoom in, it's flat.
But it's not flat. It's not
Dora,
flat.
You didn't put a no in your sentence. And you can't use the tag.
No, okay. We're talking about flight planning. Okay, you use ForeFlight
zero.
Okay, you agree that when you zoom out so that you can see the entire map,
or even this,
like
man.
Carl didn't put a no in his
better for you.
At with Peter
Day
G.
one
True.
of flight planning, even
And Fred didn't use a no in.
VFR, I use a
map.
regular chart. I say, student, draw your line. The chart that we use is flat. We use flat charts.
Okay, what charts do you use?
Over here, I use the San Francisco sectional. Yes, chart. Yeah.
Sectional. Okay. Are you familiar with the World Aeronautical Chart series?
Yeah. So when you're flying from larger, when you're going on larger routes, yeah.
Sure. The World Aeronautical Chart. It's what I
it's what I
learned
have
to
to
navigate
put an O in your
Australia.
sentence.
Okay, we had the
If
World
there's no O in
Aeronautical
your
Chart.
sentence.
Do you know what the scale is of the World Aeronautical Chart?
Oh, I don't. Is it 1 in 500? I know it's the biggest one.
Yeah, it is. You're right, and it's 1 to 1 million, correct? So the World Aeronautical Chart. On every World Aeronautical Chart, it will tell you the type of projection. And as Toon said earlier, the projection is the Lambert-Scott formula. You've not heard of that?
No.
Okay, let's just do a quick Google search on USA sectional.
Dan's going to get sick of
I'll
seeing
I'll get the link.
in the
I have
chat.
it too. I'll put it in the chat for people to look at.
Thanks. Sorry, I should have had this prepared earlier. I just want to get a good reference. Yeah.
There, and I'll give you. Yeah, there's a.
What's he going to do?
A link to the actual VFR raster charts, which is what I just put in there. I can send that to you, Wolfie, unless you already got it.
No, I don't have it.
I'll put it in the chat for both of you to see if
okay.
There you go. And then I think is it San Francisco that you use?
Yeah.
Okay, so people, you can scroll down. You can look at the San Francisco one, June 17, 2021. And then there's a GeoTIFF or a PDF. Look at the PDF. It is a gigantic.
I'm going to do a jump.
We can finish here, but could you explain to me when you're in a jet and you
if
have
you don't put a zero in your
what
comment,
are the aerodynamics like as opposed to like
and tagging someone's name.
How are people?
But, I think that's a bit of a cheap way of doing it.
Control when they get to higher altitudes, or I think they call it Coffin's Corner.
Yeah, Coffin Corner. I knew what you were getting at. Coffin Corner is the it's the space, if you like, between the critical Mach number where the airflow over the wing becomes supersonic. That's at the high speed range, and the speed at which the airframe will stall aerodynamically. Now, because the air pressure reduces as we go higher, I think you will agree with that. Air pressure reduces as we go higher. Up at 51,000 feet, it is a small fraction of what it is at sea level. And as a result of
I could step it up and say you're not allowed to put a no in your sentence.
Dynamic pressure on the aircraft. That's how the airplane flies, by dynamic pressure.
Once they get used to putting those in.
If we have less air or less dense air, we have to fly physically faster to generate the same dynamic pressure or indicated airspeed.
Lambert,
we're talking about difference between indicated airspeed and true airspeed. And you agree that they change as you go higher?
Right.
Indicated versus true airspeed. You would teach that as an instructor. Every instructor would teach that. So at high altitudes, 51,000 feet, we have a very small range between the aircraft actually stalling or exceeding the critical Mach number. Now, the old Global I used to fly, if I was up at 49,000 feet, that gap would only be maybe 10, 15 knots. It's not much. So I've got an upper limit and a lower limit, and there's only 15 knots to play with. In smooth air, not a problem. Smooth air is not a problem. If you're in very turbulent air, then yeah, you're going to get speed variations, and those speed variations could go from, taking you over your critical Mach number to below your stall speed. So you're going to have problems there. In severe turbulence, we would just go down. We would just go down to a safer altitude. And the Global Express XRS, my old model, down at 43,
I don't know the difference between a Norton,
it was fine. You had a nice margin.
So is all that so I'm assuming all that stuff.
Try typing a 0 and typing an O.
There's no hand flying at the higher
keys,
higher altitudes.
We generally do just fly on autopilot. Yeah, absolutely. We fly on autopilot. I have many times just taken off autopilot and just had a hand fly, because you can sit there for 15 hours and not even touch the controls. But I like to keep my hand in all the time. So quite often I'll hand fly all the way up, take off. And our SOPs say that we can turn the autopilot on less than 1,000 feet after takeoff, and you can do that, and you can sit back and drink your coffee and let the plane do everything.
So is the airplane less controllable as you get higher by hand flying? Is
Yeah, absolutely. It's more sluggish. It's and the best way to describe it is if you fly your Cessna at 120 knots, you have stiff controls. You fly it at 85, 90 knots, it's going to feel more sluggish. You agree with that?
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. It's because at 50,000 feet, my Global has indicated airspeeds under 250 knots. At lower altitudes, its indicated airspeed can be, well above that, well above 280. So of course, you've just got that aerodynamic stiffness on the controls and the associated responsiveness. But yeah, absolutely. Hand flying at high altitude, it feels sluggish. It feels like you're driving a truck through mud, but that's just part of the fun. That's why I try to just always keep my hand in, in the event of any emergency. If we lose the autopilot, at least I know that I've experienced that and I've done it, and I try to do that regularly. Most pilots, we're Part 91, so we're not as restricted as 135 operators or airlines. We have a lot more.
Man, you're flying the jet under Part 91.
There's your O in your statement.
Was that? Lucky guy you are.
There's no O in that.
I know. That's why I keep flying. I love my job. It's just basically they pay me to just fly the toys that I love, and our operation is so unrestricted, and we have so much control over how we do things. It's almost like it's my operation. But yeah. We could put the autopilot on at 1,000 feet.
Okay, I'm going to step it up now. You're not allowed to have any O's or zeros in your statement.
All the way up to 43,000, just because I can, and it's good experience just to do that. So once you're up there, do it for a few minutes, and then time for a coffee. Call the flight attendant, autopilot, and have your lunch.
Hey, I have the San Francisco chart on screen, and I can share it to you too if you want to look at it quick.
Okay. Yes, please.
All right, so there it is, zoomed in to the Lambert conformal conic projection, where it says the standard parallels are 33 degrees 20 minutes and 38 degrees 40 minutes. And I'll zoom. Do you see that there, both of you?
Yeah, absolutely, I do.
All right. So I'll just back out a little bit. So
Well, the person's
if you're
got
using
an
this
O in their name.
sectional
You can't
chart,
use
this is the San
their
Francisco
name then, can
sectional
you?
chart. That's the same one that you should be using there, Quincy. So does that look familiar? Is that where you're doing your routes?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did my ATP out of Riverside just for info. Yeah. My US ATP, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there it is. So, all right.
Okay.
Just wanted to, because I got it going. So.
Yeah, that's great. All right. Well, look, I'm happy, Quincy. I think it's been a productive chat. If I'm happy to keep going, or if you've had enough, I don't mind either way. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike.
It's
Mike.
Yeah.
It's been good, man. I needed just to talk. So, I'm still, I guess I'm still set on my ideas, and you guys are still set on yours. And it's cool to come to a point of,
Well, we know it works, Dan. So
to disagree, but I just wanted to be known that I'm not just some flat Earth guy on YouTube. I actually do the work and the homework. So.
Yeah, I've no reason to doubt you're a real pilot, and you're probably quite a good, competent one. So, good luck to you.
See, Carl's thinking outside the box. He's using emojis
good, sir?
instead of the
It's been good. Thank you for coming on. I got a little heated earlier, but you're a great guy.
Brainery, that's got too many O's in it.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. Enjoyed that.
All right, we'll be, man. You guys take care.
You too. Okay, have a good one.
Sorry,
if that's finished, we can finish off with that now.
Yeah,
we can finish off with that. I think he's finished.
I think he's finished. Yeah, he does the old super chats. Oh dear.
I'll just get rid of that, and then we'll go back. We'll leave it on the space station thing for a little while.
Wow. Yeah, that was hard work.
That was hard work.
That was painful.
I tell you what, if he was my instructor, because if I was learning flying, he was my instructor, and I found this, he wouldn't be my instructor tomorrow.
No.
Even with my limited knowledge of flight instruments and all that, the things he was saying, it wouldn't even register with me. I go, you sure you're a pilot?
Well, this is the.
Under a blood red sky. Hi everyone, I was at the G7 summit in Cornwall. Check out my channel and like and subscribe. Thanks. We'll post a thingo in the side chat for it. Hey, you definitely want your money back. Yeah, post your channel. Okay. Oh, thanks, Boggs. Oh, Boggs posted that picture. I couldn't read it properly.
Yeah, the Lambert conformal conic projection with standard parallels 33 degrees 20 minutes and 38 degrees 40 minutes. And the horizontal datum, North American datum of 1983, and it's the World Geodetic Systems 1984, better known as the WGS 84.
I wasn't listening when that was discussed, so somebody might have to go over that again. What that was for.
It's the projection they use for drawing sectional flight maps.
Somebody put a video
and
about the disabled pilot flight instructor with adaptive controls.
I mean, just from talking, I mean, not a pilot, failed to manage to go solo when I tried to learn to glide, but I'm sure I know enough about aviation now to know that I wouldn't want to try and learn anything off that guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Red Sky doesn't know how to do the copy and paste his URL from his channel. Copy it, highlight it, and copy it, and then paste in here into the side chat. You're not in my Discord, are you, Red Sky? I'll post that in there for you because that'll help you out with stuff. You can post in there. Where's the thing? Right. Copy. And anyone else that's out there that hasn't got my Discord.
Yeah. I want to agree with Ron's death. It's really, I mean, once the plane's up in the sky, getting somebody to follow the instructions for keeping it fairly straight and level, and if you're in something that's aero rated, doing a loop is not difficult. You know, it's. I guess I was lucky because the first few times I got to try flying in a powered aircraft was in a Royal Air Force Chipmunk, and they are aero rated. So yeah, we did some aerobatics.
There you go. You got 20 subscribers, Red Sky. Oh. Just having a look to see if we can find anything else. We better give Anamorphic Mind a roll, otherwise they can't do anything over there. I thought. Okay. There you go, Anamorphic Mind.
Yeah, doing the loop was great. I think I had already been up in an aircraft once before. I got the chance to fly in a Chipmunk. The coolest of coolest shit doing a loop is when the CFI at the gliding school decides to take you for a trip, and they're putting the aircraft away. So he pops you off the top of the winch, sticks the nose down, pulls the stick back, and starts loop.
How far on the good side am I on my channel now?
503.
503.
Oop, sorry about that.
You
Quick audio
subbed Red
blackout.
Sky? Because I was 503 before I started, so unless you've already subbed, I apologise. There we go. Get rid of that. How long have we been going for? Shit. 3.52. I finish on 4, I think.
That's why I had to switch headphones.
Oh, okay. Who? John Stock hopped into the server.
I was getting too hot and sweaty.
What happened to John? What the? That's our John Stock, isn't it?
What? Where? What are you on about?
He went. He's over in Discord.
Oh yeah.
He rejoined. That's probably why he hasn't been in the voice chat. Oh well, we'll finish off at 4 hours. That's in another 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
Cool.
But we can't have 6 minutes and 30 seconds of silence. Oh, Discord stuffed up. Okay, blame Discord.
Yep. Well, Discord does have a habit of doing that.
Well, I haven't dropped off yet, but that's not to say it might not drop. My internet might drop later on after we finish. Wouldn't that be a thing if we finish, sign off, say our goodbyes, and the internet cuts out?
Sounds about right. Oh dear, this heat is doing me.
And I haven't.
Excuse me, no favours at all.
What? How? 22 degrees?
No, we're up to 25 now.
Oh, that is getting warm for me too.
And it's humid. I think we'll see storms this evening.
What? No wind?
It's a little bit of a breeze, but not much.
No. Well, if the wind picks up from the wrong direction, you might get a thunderstorm.
Well, it's my weather app keeps warning me. 71% chance of rain tomorrow, 94% chance of rain on Friday. Now, at the moment, it's 25 degrees. It's predicting a high of 15 on Friday.
Well,
that's just a sort of difference.
That's a difference, yeah.
Yeah, it'll drop 10 degrees.
Yeah, I reckon today here was 20, around at least around 20 outside, because there's hardly any wind at all and mainly blue sky.
Yeah, we got a little bit of fluffy white cloud drifting by now, but it's too bloody hot.
And the ground's dried out really well to mow the lawn, and I got a plan to do that in the next couple of days, and you know it'll happen.
It'll rain.
Yeah, it'll rain on me. Yeah. Now it's dried out enough to mow.
Well, I cut the lawn, but what I want to do is some weeding, but I can't because the ground is like concrete.
I was just going to say you don't weed when you mow. You do the opposite.
Yeah, it's now. I want it to rain for a few days and then stop so I can go out and do the weeding.
Do the weeding, yeah.
But you just look at it now and you go, no, there's no way I'm putting anything in that. It's like bloody concrete.
Yeah.
It's rock hard. It'll just have to stay weedy. Sod it.
Then you need at least to rain for at least 48 to 72 hours to soak into that first layer to get down to the roots to make it soft enough. Especially those deep roots ones with the long tap root. They're a bugger to get out, them ones.
Yeah, well, I've got a special little tool for that, but even so, it's too dry out there.
Yeah, with a little fork thing shape on it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's just what I forget. Dandelions are the bugger. You get lots of dandelions in the lawn. And they're just right for pulling the whole thing up, including the root.
Yeah.
Because the root goes down so far.
We get the prickly type one with the needles on the leaves, and if one of them touches you, it's like stings you, and then they grow into a little purpley blue flower or whatever it is in the centre if you let them grow too big.
Oh, excuse me, that sounds like a thistle.
Yeah, it is. It's a thistle.
Thistle.
A thistle. Yeah, a thistle.
This'll do.
Yeah. Well, I got a bit of onion weed out the back there. I don't know how I got that. If I can get rid of that, it'll be all right. Don't know where that came from.
Well, all this time you've been doing this, and we've had the ISS on in the background.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't even got to the point of deploying the first solar array yet.
Well, they've got plenty of time, except for the oxygen in their tanks while they're doing the walk.
Oh no, I've seen them doing spacewalks of 7 or 8 hours before now.
Well, they've got enough oxygen on them to be out there that long.
Yes.
Wow. And they're not really exerting themselves for their breathing, are they? Like.
Sometimes they are, but what they also do is they do have scheduled breaks where they'll just clip on and just stop. There is a term for it, and I can't recall what it is. But they built, all of this is carefully scheduled.
Mm.
Yeah.
Everything they do is prepared, rehearsed, planned, including rest stops. And they will quite often say, okay, just take 5 minutes or 10 minutes to do nothing. And they will just hang there and do nothing.
They can even nod off if they wanted
to.
They can, but I think they try to avoid that.
Mm.
And Terry, the other thing you have to remember is that usually when you're in a confined space, it's not the lack of oxygen that kills you. It's the fact that you've upped the percentage of CO2 to the point where the CO2 kills you.
Mm.
There's still plenty of oxygen. You just can't metabolize the oxygen because the percentage of CO2 is too high.
Ah.
So as long as you can remove the oxygen, as long as you can remove the carbon dioxide from what you've exhaled, the oxygen will actually last a really long time.
Well, I think that's part and parcel of the sublimators they have on the back, isn't
it? Probably.
Because that's quite often when you get these, it's going, oh, look, there are bubbles. No, that's ice crystals. And the ice crystals are actually formed by the cooling system built into the backpack, the sublimator.
Yeah.
And that pumps fluid round. And it's fluid on the spacesuit side. And obviously on the space side, it instantly condenses and freezes. In fact, it just goes from one state all the way through to the other, sublimation, and that's what produces ice crystals. So quite often when you say, oh look, their spacesuits are giving off bubbles, no they're not, they're ice crystals. But yes, they can stay out there for quite some time.
Well, we're going to have to leave the feed for the guys doing the spacewalk. They've been going for 4 hours, so that seems to be a good time to finish off.
If you just stop a minute, if you see where the astronaut is, on the right hand side, that's actually one of the solar panels.
What, you can't see? Can you see me, Moose?
That I think you'll find is the new solar panel. And what they do is they unroll it.
Wow.
That's rolled up.
Mm.
And I think that's all motorized. And when you bolt it into place, it unrolls itself because it's quite lightweight and flexible.
Yeah. And this is an addition or a replacement solar panel?
They're putting it over the top of halfway over the top of the existing ones.
Okay.
So it won't quite cover them up, and it actually covers up the gap that's in between them from the graphics I saw earlier.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't get to see the graphics for that. No. I can only go back.
There's
a picture there.
That will show you. That will show you what they're doing. You see the new panels over the top of the old ones?
What, here?
Yes, they're the new ones. then the longer, thinner ones are the ones that are already there.
Yeah, they're the original ones, yeah.
Yeah. So ultimately, this spacewalk should be putting out 2. Of course, as you can see, that there's 8 in total.
Well, so they're up near the central point here, up this point here somewhere.
Either that or the other end. I can't remember where they started.
Okay.
What's the feed-in tariff like?
What?
When Dan said farmers, what's the feed-in tariff like from up there?
Okay. What have I got here?
Well, that's the great thing about when they put the solar panels out up in microgravity. You don't have to make them all nice and stiff so they stay pointing in the right direction. You can just stick them all to a plastic sheet and tension it a bit, can't you?
Yeah, I think the original ones were concertinaed. But they can't do that here.
Yeah, I believe they were.
Way over the top, aren't they? So it's easy to unroll them. As Stevie B said, yeah, it is like unrolling a roll of carpet. I don't think they've physically got the clearance to do it concertina style again, which is why they're rolled up instead.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Farmer.
No worries.
Thanks, Carl, Death, Dan. And Dan's got his O's going, so he's happy now. Stevie, Gary, Jaren, Fred, Red Sky, 9 o'clock, John, Surf, Brainery. Oh, this is good tonight because it's not a repeat of names. I've got to actually pick them out as I go up.
Right.
Said 9 o'clock, didn't I? If I've missed your name, let me know. Microraptor. Who have I missed? I've definitely missed somebody. Zebulon, Stevie B, Peter G, Astro Rex. Oh, Dora. Don't forget Dora. I think that's it. Wait a minute, I can still keep going. I said Astro Rex, didn't I?
I think so.
Brimfondle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're starting to repeat now, Terry.
Yeah, I probably usually do. I forget who I've said. Yeah, I think I've got everyone. If I've missed your name, you got a couple of seconds to throw it in. Oh, flat enough. I've got a flat enough out there. Zup Direct Realist. And if you're subbed flat, I'll give you a spanner. Stevie B did. So you. What? Missed one. I don't care. No, if you're subbed, you can get a spanner. What about Terry? No one did a shout out to me. Well, I've got to shout myself out, Surf.
Hey, cheers, Terry.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming along.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it for the world. All right then. You can come over to Discord, anyone that's out there, if you just want to have a bit of an after show chat. If not, I'll catch us next time on Saturday. And will we have any Industrial Revolutions topics to talk about? We'll just have to wait and see how I go. Okay then. Say good night, Pino.